Okay, we're doing a thing now, I believe. I hope. I clicked start recording at first by accident, but I don't want to record, I want to stream. There we go. So, we live, we doing. Let's see. Whoa. So that will be departure. I would love. I think we're going to do the 1:30 today. It makes sense for the reasons of it has synthetic vision and it's fast. We've been doing a lot of wheeled helicopters, so a skidded helicopter is going to be good. Live, saving back. Where does that get me to? Okay, cool. I like that. So obviously, we're trying to get into Cairo. Is capital their main airport? Because I think this is a military air base. But I kind of like it since it's in the middle. Oh, Cairo International. What a dummy I am. Let's see, that looks like terminals. Don't want to mess with terminals. Probably want to mess with something like over here. That looks like a signature. Ooh, mill combat, not us. Okay, where do we need to stop on the way? Let's say Neom Bay. Looks like a good place for fuel. Have a little crossing there. Sure, looks good to me. Downside, it's about to be dark. But dark is fine. Dark is good. We like the dark. Probably. That's dark. Okay, let's turn off all those things real quick. G. I'm going to turn down my brightness a wee bit. Okay, no pre-flights on the outside of the Cowan Sim H125. Why is my forward and backward walking not working? There we go. Okay, cool. So G needs to get out. Look how pretty the lights are. We're good out here. Everything looks good. Shift C puts us in. Let's see. Way out of spot here. Okay, cool. Fuel pump on. Anti-collision lights on. Let's see. Is the button up here? Or is it down here on this one? Nope, there it is. Early stream, yeah. It's accepting the fact that we're going to be flying in the darkness and living with our decisions, if you want to look at it that way. Can I not mess with brightness on that one? No. That sucks. Everything dull there. Menu, go away thing. Menu again, go away. We'll turn a horn on. I was gonna bitch at us for a second, so we'll leave that off. Okay, cool. Everything's good up here. Lights, we're on limited twist grip. That's fine. Horn can go on. Okay, cool. Now let's see what's heading to. Hello. Whoa. Where'd you go? Gonna go to pause menu for a second and come back. The tablet disappeared. There we go. What? I can't move it? Direct to 174 nautical miles, so hour and a half. Okay, got everything going. That's good, that's good, that's good. Make sure our fuel's tip-top off, even though I tip-topped it off before we took off. Put a 295 heading. Yeah, nothing too crazy today. Taking off from that ODEA, whatever it is, and we're heading up to Cairo International. At least that's the goal. And I realized that it would either be super, super late, and I don't want to do a morning stream yet because this is deserty and boring. I figure once we cross the Mediterranean, I wouldn't mind doing a morning stream as much because there's more stuff to look at. It's Europe. So, I figured might as well just do a later evening, dark outside, or really like 1 o'clock local time or something. And do that here. And do that now. Just as a, we'll deal with it sort of thing, you know? That makes sense? Either way, tonight is definitely more of a shift instead of a joy to come into work. I'm definitely clocking in for a shift tonight. Also, I was talking to Tom earlier. I told him that I'm live now. Live now. And let's text our friend Valeska. Lion. Hey, lady. I'm flying. Yeah, this isn't our fastest helicopter, but nighttime synthetic vision over the mountains will preserve us in a way where we're not going to die. That's kind of the goal. I feel like I can bring that down some. God, it's so annoying. Yeah, so apologies to anybody coming into the stream tonight. It's dark, I know it. A lot of nothing tonight. But this helicopter is relatively quick. We have like 10 knots benefit to us right now. I don't know, we'll see. I'm gonna ride that limit light the entire time, though, I will tell you that. The part that's gonna suck is when we get up here. I can already see mountains and hills above us there. Not above us, but in front of us. I don't think we have anything that's above us. But we're gonna get to a very non-horizon friendly sort of area up here. No, you're good, dude. Watch the movie. Like I said, tonight's a shift. This isn't, this is not a fun stream tonight. This is clocking in for a shift. You do you, dude. Just here for the view count. Much appreciated. Oh. We can kind of see the tops of the mountains here. Yeah, it's definitely hazy, that's for sure. Because I can do this, and we can tell. That's how you scientifically prove if it's hazy or not. So yeah, many apologies if this is not a very exciting stream for everybody else. But it ain't much brighter for me. I don't know how it looks for you guys. What up, gardening tool? Is that what it... I can't see because right now your words underneath the heart emblem. Also, hello, Sean. And not hello to Belen, because I know she's not home. Yeah, we clocking in for a shift tonight, dude. As you can see, it's about to be extremely exciting up here. So I picked a helicopter with synthetic vision, and we're just gonna lean into it, you know. We're just going to fly in a certain direction until we get fuel, and then keep flying in a certain direction. But we'll end up in Cairo tonight. Oh, right now. I mean, I guess it is, what? A few, 3 time zones away? 4, 5? Is it 3 time zones? We have Central, Mountain, then, yeah. Hawaii's the 5 time zone. So it's a normal time there, and it's actually kind of a normal time for here as well. I'm definitely flying early because I knew it would make no difference if I fly now or fly in 2 hours. It's going to be dark no matter what. Now that we have like 5,500 feet of altitude, we can lean in a little bit more. You can see the haze and all that crap over there. There are some lights out on the horizon, or just like better lit areas. Don't know exactly what they are, but we're heading that way. Basically an instrument flight tonight without autopilot. Yeah, I think the thing that messes me up thinking time zones between here and California, I know it's a 5-hour flight. I know Hawaii's 5 zones away, or either that or Alaska's 5 zones away. Some of Alaska is. So it's like 5-hour flight, 5 time zones to another western part of the United States. So my brain's like, is it 5 time zones away for California? No, it's 3. I see something ask for a pouch. Still can't read the full sentence yet, but either way, that's very cool. Gotta kind of pay attention because as you can see, we're working with not much out in front of us. I have like a little bit of... honestly, this isn't as bad as flying through just like cloud crap, because at least I can have like, okay, cool, stars are up sort of view. And I'm okay even gaining altitude right now. We're doing like 300 to 500 feet a minute gaining altitude, which I'm cool with. Because I know that this part of the country is hilly and mountainous. I just don't know how much. I'm not familiar with this part of Saudi. So we're just working it through right now. 130 knots. That's what I want to see. And also, the more we fly, the faster we'll get. It will work out our weight and balance to where we can lean a little bit more forward, a little bit more forward, without pulling as much power. So yeah, guys, welcome to the exciting part of the day. Actually, I thought we were an hour further south of this. I had the wrong airport marked on my Google Maps, because I'll put a little bookmark or something wherever we end up getting to. Oh, hey, Valeska. Debated on the same. Just barely start movie. I'll pause to keep the pilot company. No, you don't have to. Y'all can watch your movies and stuff. Because I don't even like looking away right now, just because it's, ooh, little bulbs on the horizon, not just a hazy light. But yeah, I'm doing a very boring flight tonight. So I'm pretty much just locked into my synthetic vision screen right here, which technically is not the way you should be flying. It should be used as a tool, not as a guidance or anything like that. But also I'm kind of using the compass that's on it. I'm using the airspeed and altitude, where I'd rather be climbing than anything else. Honestly, don't care how fast I'm going as long as I'm going forward. That's kind of the big thing. Really the reason I wanted this was because I have the synthetic vision there and I can see hills and obstacles because I'm not familiar with the area. That's my reasoning for this at the moment. But it is nice that I can see some form of light out on the horizon up there now. Can y'all even see that? Can y'all see like the slight separation between sky and ground and where it looks like I might be looking at a city up there? Is that visible for you guys? Yeah, well, it's boring flight, but also like it's not a flight where I can like look down and read comets and everything. It's just like when I'm doing like an overwater flight, if it's going to be like a hazy over the water day when we cross the Mediterranean, I'm just going to be doing this for an hour and a half. Locked into instrument mode. Locked into non-autopilot instrument mode. Yeah, definitely cities up here. Yeah, so boring flight. If this was daytime hours, it wouldn't be as bad, but don't want to wake up, or don't want to do a daytime stream right now. Just not really looking to stream at 8 to noon right now. That's about what it would have to be to do this leg and the next 2 legs. But I will adjust my streaming time when we get to crossing the Mediterranean. I definitely want that to be a daylight thing. I don't want to do that at dark. Yeah, so there's definitely stuff closer than the horizon now. Don't know what they are, but they are things. And no, you can't see the horizon, so I'm just flying into darkness for you guys. Yeah, I can see stars, I can see different constellations and everything, and now I'm starting to see towns up on the horizon. Not as clear as that. Hey, Miko, look at that right there. Damn, Milky Way, you pretty. Who knew that was right on the other side of us? Let's see if I can do this without crashing. Very cool. Okay, let's make sure we're not going to hit anything. Enough playing around and looking at the sights. Could y'all see that? Could y'all see them? There's a really good Milky Way right there. Also, I am throwing a good bit of altitude at it right now just to give me room to run. But yeah, if y'all could see that, it's pretty nice. Big ass Milky Way over there. Okay, you see it, nice, good. So yeah, there is some sky view for me. Hmm. 140. So 30 nautical miles and whatever amount of time. Not bad. Not slow. We're not fast, but we're not slow. That's kind of the goal. Fast would be nice, but this invaluable right now. It looks like we're well above anything on the horizon, so I could even lose some altitude. Also, for some reason that I haven't been able to figure out, so like I said, I'm trying to post a video or stream every day this month. I did a how to start on the Cowan Sim S76 yesterday that I posted. And the how to start videos have been getting like 20 views in the first day, because something that I'm aware with those videos, they're not a everybody watch the video right now sort of videos. They're videos that will get views slowly over time. It's like, okay, cool, people that are playing this game for the next 5 years that want to learn how to start that, they're going to find that video. So it's a long-term view sort of video. And that video is done like 3 times as good as the other how to starts that I've posted in like the first 24 hours. So, interesting. I guess more people are trying to fly that, or they like that, or the thumbnail was a good picture. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. But I need to do some more videos that are not like that. I need to do some more videos that are like watch right now, click right now, and not just limited to Flight Sim. But Flight Sim's the easy thing for me to do at the moment, so it's what I am doing. It's easy for me to stay consistent with this because it can take me 10 minutes to log on and record a how to start video, 10 minutes to edit it and render it, and then 10 minutes to get it posted. And then of course like an hour upload time because of Starlink. But really for 30 minutes of work I can keep that streak going, so it's kind of like my easy mode thing. But I need to do some more daytime work and edit of the other stuff. And one of the videos I was going to do, I had like a whole intro bit that I wanted to do, but in my mind it was a super high level editing thing, or not really editing thing, a super high level going out and getting a lot of B-roll sort of thing. And I just don't have the motivation for that. Not because I don't think it's a good idea. I think the video is a great idea. But it will become one of those things where I will never post the video if I never make it. And at the end of the day, I am not as good of a YouTube content creator, filmmaker, editor, whatever, as my brain has the level to comprehend what could be done. And that may be a side effect from working in the film industry and working around some extremely talented people. But there are a lot of things where it's like, man, I can really do this, and so many cool things can happen. But, and I'm not even going to say equipment, because I think equipment is such a cop-out. But I think going out and spending 2 days really driving around and capturing these sort of B-roll that I want, or like a super packed day of going out and capturing what I want, then not being happy with it and doing it again the next day, and then editing it together, and then like working and hunting and finding what sort of background music that I want to work with it, and it's a lot to put it at a level that I would be happy with. And it's a thing where I know it's not a million view video. It's not, never will be. You know, if it hits the right niche of autism and it hits the crowd that it's intended to hit, it may, on a high end, after years of existing, maybe get like 200,000, which is still a lot, you know, not a small number. But it's not like I want to pull that in, and it's not like I want to make my channel a channel that is that sort of content. So it's like it would be a shame to spend years and years. Do you sleep in the flight suit? No, I don't sleep in it. What's up, Loid? I exist in it, but I sleep in nothing. Sorry for the picture. But yeah, so it's like I don't want my channel to become... I really don't want it to be a flight sim channel. No offense to anybody who enjoys this. I don't want this to be a live stream channel. I don't want to be a flight sim channel. I'd rather be a Matt Works on Cars and Motorcycles and Building Things channel. But then everything else as well, because that's why it's multi-shop Matt, not Matt Works on Cars and other little things. So yeah, it's... I don't want my channel to become what this video is. Niche? No, that's wrong. It's niche. Yep, mine in the gutter now. Well, the fact that it wasn't to begin with is alarming. But yeah, it's like I don't want my channel to become what this one video idea that I have is. So why do I need to put millions of miles worth of effort into this one video? I already have a lot of the main B-roll and the main everything else. It's just this 120-second long intro that I have written for it that's going to eat up most of the time. Nope, you're correct, but thanks for asking. Niche? My French? You come over here with the niche. With the niche interest. Your niche internet micro celebrity. So you're telling me that your name's not Valiska? Steven? Viliska? Valiska? See, I can see like the E in Blowheed. I think Blowheed, but it's N-I, so eh. Niche. If it's spelled N-E-E, like why isn't it spelled phonetically then? Huh? Riddle me that, Batman. Eska. Okay, cool. Got it. Eska. Gotta roll your L's. Cool, now we do have a mountain up ahead, which looks like it's about at our altitude. 6,000 feet there. So I'm gonna level off, not lose anymore. I was kind of playing a speed game there for a bit. Because it is from the French. So that means, as an American, I have the right to pronounce it how I wish. That's what I just read, what you said. And honestly, I agree, and I'm glad that we're on the same page on this niche topic. There's a singular light down there. Hello. Beep, 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 beep. And there's definitely some sort of like cliff face over there or something. Vareska. Got it. Easy. Easy peasy. Where are we at? 115 nautical miles. This helicopter ain't getting any faster, is it? 126 ground speed, so we still have a 10 knot tailwind. I'm not upset. Honestly, the UK is smaller than Florida, so I don't believe in anything that they say. I'm kidding, buddy. Speak how you please. Yeah, I feel like I could split these peaks, but I definitely want to add like 500 feet. So we are clear. So if y'all are looking at what I'm looking at on this monitor down here, the line that's going across the horizon is the altitude that we are at. We do have these taller mountains ahead of us here, but I'd like to be higher. I don't want to cut it that close. On the far right side, that 430 number, 450, whatever, that's our climbing rate, so 400-ish feet per minute climb. Altitude's next to that, and our airspeed's on the far left. Ground speed is the pink number below the airspeed. I'm just slowly adding a bit more power so we can try to keep above 110. And I want to keep like 120 knot ground speed. Kind of what I'm shooting for. So that's what I'm looking at, and it's not that crisp and clear for me at this distance. But, you know, we work with what headsets have available for us. Canadians do too, but it's Horton's roll to the rim. Roll to the rim to win. Ooh. Russians roll the R's, not the L's. What if I want to roll the L? I'm not Russian, I just go to a Russian church. And I barely speak Russian. I know like 4 words, despite doing a 7-month run of Duolingo. There's just nobody to practice with. VR, I'm using Meta Quest 3. And I bought it 1 week before the 3S came out. And the PC's a 4070 Ti Super, so I don't know if maybe the headset could do slightly crisper and cleaner at this distance, but it's just trying to render everything else as well. Don't know. Don't know. But at the end of the day, which I think you've been here long enough to know that I got the VR set up to teach myself how to hover a helicopter. I didn't get it with the intention of using the world's best graphics. I would have been happy if I had like a Minecraft level graphic simulator as long as the flight model was okay. Of course, it being nicer, like Flight Sim 2024 or 2020 or now DCS or whatever, like the flight having nice visuals is good. But I would have been okay with just a perfect flight model. You know, that was, like I said, the goal was to learn how to fly. Not to be a streamer like I'm slowly becoming on my off time. Pancake versus Fresnel lens. The 3S is older lens, the Quest 3 is proper lenses. Oh, okay. Hola, me hablo español. Te llamo Matt. Tu madre es muy fácil. ¿Y tú? Kind of nice having the roads to the right, but I'm looking forward to getting coastline up here. I don't even remember where we're going. I think our stop will be on the coast. Yeah. Which at this point we could have seen the coast or be seeing the coast already, but no point going over and up, and we can just follow a line, you know? That's a lie. Valeska, that is a lie. No hablo mucho. No, you do talk. You're very good at talking. I see some Spanish words. I'll check them in a minute when I'm not worried about colliding with terrain. What do you mean, shh? I was explaining last night, Sean, if you're still in here, Dave was talking at lunch, or at dinner, and so it's me, Dave, Sean, my father, and we met my friend at the movies. Yeah, we were eating, and Dave was starting to ask Sean about tactical gear, because Sean's very, very much into tactical gear, construction methods, design, etc. That's his thing. And Dave was starting to ask him questions like, Dave, I want you to think back to, like, if you were a kid and you were to see a big old water balloon above your head, and you were taking an itty-bitty needle and you think that you can just poke a little hole in there and get a little bit of information. But what happens? The balloon pops because you broke the seal, and then you get just completely inundated with this giant water balloon's worth of water. That's the way that, like, tickling somebody's autism works. So, like, me on the phone with you talking about like getting you into, like, your old 240SX and stuff like that. Like, yep, that popped your balloon, and then it just all flowed out. Talking with Sean about tactical gear, talking about me about aviation or whatever. Like, yep, that popped the balloon. Sorry, there's no normal existence beyond that. You're now just getting autism Matt, or autism Valeska, or autism Sean. Tactical Sean is what we call him. TS. No, TS means transsexual. And then at that point, I would ask one of the moderators to remove from the chat. When you need to go to a function and you need to carry things with you, talk to Sean. And, like, usually I can look to the side and read the chats when they're in English. But with the Spanish things up there, I can't stare at the phone long enough to actually read them, so they will be lost in the messages. I will not have the time to sit down or to, like, pay attention, because by the time I pay attention to read that long enough, we're cooked. And as you can see here, we have a hill in front of us a couple of miles away. We are showing over it, but it is getting red, so I'm going to throw a 1,000 foot per minute climb at it. And bring us up to like 7,500 feet. Like I said, we have enough to clear it. It's not that big of a deal. But I just wanted to have more clearance, you know? But I do see green up ahead of us, which is unique. I guess we have a bit of a valley or something coming up. I think that's our highest obstacle that we've gone over yet. And you cannot see it. Even with my head out the window, cannot see it. There is no light on it whatsoever. Apparently I flew straight toward it. I guess I've target fixated on it a little bit. We need to turn back to the north a wee bit. To CC a Desert Eagle? Well, first you're going to need to move to Israel and take your Jew gun to Israel. This is a Glock family. This is a Glock and a functioning Sig Sauer family. And sometimes HK or FN. Actually, those are acceptable as well. Smith & Wesson, sometimes acceptable. Anything else? Staccato? Okay, cool. Like compensating. Seeing some civilization up here is nice. Definitely seeing some roads out there to my west. They're just not allowed up there. Desert Eagle crafted by IWI, Israeli weapons, irritating or something. Irritating weapons of Israel. Tom, what's going on? You can see the pyramids from here. I would just need to be about like another 20,000 feet in the air. And don't worry, Tom, we checked the blade oil before starting, because that's totally a thing in the 130s. Also, I decided to fly with a 130 because it had synthetic vision. We could still maintain like 125 without an issue. Ground speed 145, so we've got a 20 knot tail right now at altitude. And yeah, it's not that bad. It's not sheep, it's ship. That's how it's pronounced. Ship. You missed the whole pronunciation conversation. It's a niche issue. Definitely a lot more lights on the horizon. I do like that. Also, we weren't at the place that I sent you, Tom. We were further north. I just forgot. In the wrong place marked on my Google Maps. So Valeska, in case I don't think you know, because he hasn't been around often lately because he's been busy. Tom's one of the, not OGs of the series, but might as well be OG. I think he came in like episode 10 or something and stuck around for like 40 or 50 episodes. Maybe not 50, because that was kind of getting after we left Australia. David Rogers. Yeah, dude, super long. This is, I mean, you see this is what, episode 65? And I'm flying real time, real weather, real speeds. We're not speeding up anything. I'm taking off from where I set down on the episode before, and we are 65 episodes in, and we're just about to make it to Africa after starting in Georgia. So you're going to send me a picture of the blade oil next week. Dude, AI exists. I know it's fake, obviously. Also, David Rogers, I don't know if I've seen you in here before. If it's your first time, welcome. If not, sorry that I don't recognize the name. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like you've commented on anything before, so either way, welcome to the stream. I was telling everybody else today is a very, there looks like there's a handful of people in here now. Today's a very sucky stream to watch, and I sincerely apologize. Since I'm flying real time, I don't want to mess with time or whether we're doing this all live. This is the current time over Saudi Arabia, and for me, living on the eastern time zone of the United States here in Georgia, if I were to fly here to where we would have light, it would be me starting a stream at like 11 p.m. or something like that, or doing a morning stream when I wake up from like 8 until 11, something like that. Don't want to do a morning stream for this just because it's pretty boring desert and hills. And it's been over a year since I started, yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of boring desert and hills, so me waking up early to fly this or staying up late to fly this, and it's nothing special, just doesn't make sense to me mentally. So my opinion was, cool, fly this here at night, get it over with. By the time we make it to Cairo, where the pyramids are, hopefully it should be sun rising enough to where we can get a sunrise shot over the Great Pyramids of Giza. And then hopefully, maybe I'll do like another 2 nighty sort of streams, because I want to get west in Africa a little bit to where we have I don't want to go all the way to Spain and do the Gibraltar Strait. I'd rather do a bigger jump up to like the Grecian islands and Italy, Cyprus sort of area, and then fly up through Europe that way. So when I do that, I will be waking up earlier and doing those during the day, or potentially doing them later at night, just because there's going to be more things to see. It's Europe, densely populated area, a lot of cities and towns and everything else. But right now, while we're just over a desert, I figured it would be okay to do a relatively instrument flight into the nothingness. So for anybody that's in here watching and curious why it's dark, that's why. Yeah, Southeast Aviation, he's our oest of G's as far as stream watchers. Sean's pretty OG. I don't know if he watched any. I don't know if I really did any when we were working together. But he's pretty OG. Oh yeah, I think in real life, if we were doing piston helicopter stuff, it'd be 100-hour oil changes. And I think if you were to do an optimal path around the world, I think somebody's done it in like 220 hours or something like that. So, I mean, you'd have 2 to 3 oil changes. I feel like you'd probably want to do stuff before like your bigger water crossings and stuff like that. So maybe like 3 minimum. I would probably say do like 5 just to be on your shit, double check everything before doing like bigger openings and vast expanses and such. But we're also, one of the things for this stream is we're trying not to use the same helicopter 2 days in a row. That may get hard once we get up to the UK, because I have to do the islands in Iceland and Greenland and Canada. And on that we will be very restricted by range. So I'll have to use bigger helicopters for that. There's only so many of those. I do have a handful of downloaded third-party ones. But, you know, it's hard to say yay or nay if we'll be able to keep the non-repeating. Of course, I could just do, like, Chinook one day, then 160 the next day. But I think we'll have enough to do to keep it relatively lively, because we have the S76C++ from Cowan Sim now. The Bell 222 Bravo has pretty good range. The 225 that's factory in the game's broken at the moment. Maybe it'll be fixed by then. I have the Hype Performance Group H160 downloaded. I think Taug's Hangar has a 365 Dolphin in the works, so that will potentially be out by then, and I will be purchasing it when it comes out. And of course we'll have the Black Hawk as well. So I think we should have enough big hitters in the range department. But we'll see. It's all fun. So after we get north of the Mediterranean, we could cover Europe in a couple of days. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I kind of want to bounce around a little bit. But I don't want to waste too much time, because if I were just exploring everything that I want to see, this would be a never-ending series. And I do want it to be a series with an actual ending. Crazy thought. Because there are some people that have never-ending series on their channels, or no set end point. They're like, maybe one day it ends. What? No, I want the series to have an end. Because I have, even though it's... which, this is new lore for you, David. But I built my sim setup with the intention of learning how to hover and fly a helicopter before going and spending thousands of dollars to learn how to hover and fly a helicopter in real life. I've since gotten my helicopter license in real life, and the simulator did help out a lot. So it's not like I need the sim anymore, but I did invest, you know, $4,000, $4,500 building the PC, buying the peripheral setup, the VR headset, etc. So like, this slowly kind of pays it back for it. Gives me something to do. It also lowers the cost of hour per usage. If I use this for 4,000 hours, then I've spent $1 per hour in the simulator, versus if I used it for 100 hours and I'm spending $40 per hour, or $400 per hour, or whatever per use. So, no, there's different ways to look at it, different goals and endpoints, and I'd like this to have an end. I don't want this to be a never-ending thing. I want it to be like, cool, we made it back. Final day, the thing I set out to do to pick up spare time. Kill or be killed? Yeah, we're not going to be in Atlanta for like another 40 episodes. Or even more, potentially, because we're kind of skipping Georgia and doing the Caribbean islands. But dude, good to see ya. Super bummed that you haven't called me for work, because I could totally move plants around. But, you know, whatever. Perpetual Stew Guy does not have a series end. At least not one that I've been told. I think he's just doing it until it, like, tries to kill him one day, and then he'll just start over. Also, Mr. Kill or Be Killed, I don't know what your weight's at right now, but if you're sub 200, we need to go for a flight sometime. 200's my upper edge of what I can take. Hey, 57 miles till fuel, and we got half a tank, and we start more than half a tank, and we started 180 miles till fuel, so we're good. It's crazy how close those mountains over there to the left look. But on the screen over here, they're like 10 miles off to the left, but it feels like we're about to go over a ridge, but looking at synthetic vision, it's not what we're doing. 200 kilograms? You gotta be crazy. That's 450 bald eagles. Oh no, bald eagles are kind of heavy. It's 450 American weight units. That's 1,400 quarter-pounder cheeseburgers. Anything but the metric system. Yep, definitely getting coastal lights over there off that side. Very cool. Definitely a bigger mountain up there in front of us. So we'll start adding some altitude, normal pilot stuff. And with us adding altitude, that gives us a good long coast period to come down after crossing. But it is nice, like, having more horizon type things to look at. Now, I've yet to see like a really gnarly false horizon in this game. So for those of you who are unaware of a false horizon, as long as you're keeping an aircraft in 1G of weight, so like straight and level flight, you can do an entire roll with the airplane, but you just have to load in the correct way to maintain like 1G worth of weight. Displacement, transfer, whatever. And the reason I say that is when you are in instrument conditions and you're flying through clouds, through dust, through dark, if you are experiencing 1G and you're not looking at your gauges, you could potentially just start spiraling downward and die because you thought you were flying straight and level. But just the way that you've had the rotor or the wings or whatever loaded, you think that you're good, but you're not. I say that to say, sometimes when you're looking out at the distance and you see a long straight line of lights or something, you may think that's the horizon. Or there may be like a straight coast or something, and there's lights along it, and then the water's reflecting the sky beyond that, but it's at an angle. So I'll use my laser pointer here so you can imagine if we're looking out here and we were to see a string of lights going this way, it would be possible to think that us flying here would be straight and level. But we have the screen here to show us that we're not. Or this gauge here, which is mechanical in a lot of things. Of course, now I'm not centered here anymore. So yeah, false horizons are gnarly. Haven't got one yet doing any night flights. But there are times when like I take off from the airport and that's all you can see. You can just see blackness and it's like, okay, cool. So you're kind of flying instrument there for the first 20 or 30 seconds until you're high enough off the ground to where you can start picking up lights in the distance. I actually want to book a night flight later this month, or maybe in like next week or something, just to go do one of those real quick, just to, yeah, upside down looks level, exactly. And if you're loaded in 1G, upside down feels level, because there's plenty of videos of people doing loops in airplanes where they're like pouring water normally, but they're upside down just because that's the direction that the G is pulling. Actually, screw it. I want to summit this mountain. When I say summit, I don't want to land. I want to cross over it. I don't want to fly around it, even though I can see it there. Your metric tools are always the first to mysteriously migrate. Are you saying that your 10mm is an immigrant? Yeah, that's definitely... I don't know if that's our coast. Yeah, I think that's our coast over there. And I think it's well beyond that. Is the Red Sea's not that wide, so that may be opposite coast that we're seeing way, way over there. I don't know. I think it's our coast, though, because this road leads to it. $43 miles till fuel. We're cruising more than double the speed, so less than 30 minutes. And double 43 is 86, and 86 knots would mean 30-ish minutes to get there. But we're almost doing triple the speed. So it's close to like a 20-minute flight. So what's ground speed? 127, so yeah, we're in the slightly over 20 minutes to fuel realm right now. Very jaggedish looking mountain up here. Synth Vision says we're well over it though. The wind's definitely coming from the right side because we're turned right a bit. Yeah, that's definitely our coastline there because that follows all the way up. And the fog on the far, far side over there, that's Africa. The lit fog. Yep, that helps. Oh, that's 7,500. I'm happy with that. Shut up, you're not limited on anything. World's most annoying, useless light. Doesn't this thing know we're in the zero repercussions helicopter? Hey, a little bit of left pedal needed. Winds are changing. Well, you get that over hills. Standard. Typical winds. So 6 miles from the coast? No, it's like 10. Yeah, 10-ish. Damn, Milky Way. Also, let's see. Still no sign of sunrise. It's kind of getting brighter over there in a big lump. It's working on it. Dude, how do airline pilots do it? Even then, they're not locked in. They're just kind of click a button and take a nap sort of flights. Don't get me wrong. Fixed wings on the horizon. No pun intended. But really for executive jet reasons. And there's a few medical companies where they have helicopters and airplanes. So if I could split time between a helicopter and a PC over a helicopter and a PC-24 or something like that, that would be sick. Yep, see, there we go. Not paying attention. Checking my silly phone. But I'm very excited that I more or less have an airport inside up there. It's 30 miles away, but pretty sure that's the town where the airport that we're going to go refuel is. How was my week? Uneventful. I mean, I did get to go see Top Gun. That was nice. I'm pissed about it, though. So I had seen Tom Cruise was like, hey, we're releasing Top Gun Maverick and Top Gun in IMAX for the 40th anniversary. So I go to the local IMAX's website and I click on the, like, I go to the main homepage, and on the main homepage it says IMAX, Top Gun Maverick, Top Gun. I said, sick. So I clicked on Top Gun Maverick there, right underneath where it said showing in IMAX like 1 week only or a few days only, whatever it was. I see a time, I buy the tickets. It wasn't an IMAX. They didn't have any IMAX showings that day that I picked, but they didn't note that the whole thing that they were advertising of being IMAX or whatever was also going to have standard definition. So I watched standard definition Top Gun Maverick in theaters. Bummed about that, sucked, but got to go out, had some food with Sean, had some food with my friend Brady, who's been in here a couple of times. Dave was there, my dad came with me, Brady's wife. Very fun. And we're the only people in the theater. It was a 9:40 showing, so we didn't leave until like 11:30. It was fun just to goof around with the boys and laugh and just be homies, you know. So even though it wasn't a Z IMAX, it was still decent. I think tomorrow I want to do some automotive maintenance sort of things. No, they were out of helmet bowls, so that also sucked. But it's also like, cool, I wouldn't be able to wear it. Too small. I'll just spend $3,000 on a real one that's made for helicoptering with civilian plugs. "24 miles, 130 knots. Shoo! Because we're doing 5 times the speed, and 60 divided by 5 is 12. We are 12 minutes away. Well, it's Monday night. Cars show up at Summit. Trucks and SUVs and military or something like that. Nothing exciting. Just up there hanging out with all the old fellas. as per usual. Tuesday. Nothing. Wednesday, yesterday, movie, dinner with the boys. Fun. Today, stream. Tomorrow, I don't know. I'm gonna see what time we land. Right now it's 8:30 currently for me. So when we get to Cairo, I'm gonna judge what the light's like. I'm assuming we'll be at Cairo at 11 p.m. my time, which might just be like sunrise time there. So if it's something where it would be okay for me to do a stream starting at like 10 or something, I may do a stream tomorrow night. We'll see. Movie night at a cat sanctuary? That would be miserable. Unless I were to eat like 37 Claritins beforehand. Maybe 38. I know when I went to Sean's place the couple of months ago to pan for some gold. By the way, Sean's got gold in his hills, so find his house and go steal his gold. I took like 3 Zyrtecs or something beforehand, and a couple of shots of Flonase. That's my usual thing. I'm going to somebody's house and they have cats. I'm slamming a few doses, you know. My nose will be dry for like 2 days straight, just from it not allowing any sort of allergies or whatever to happen. But I won't be sneezing. What do you mean, excuse you? You know I'm allergic to cats. Are you talking about the gold? Yeah, there's gold in Sean's house. His address is... Actually, I mean, obviously you sent me your address, but I don't know it. But if you were to put me on Google Maps, I can zoom into it. That's how my brain works. Totally cheating on your cat, staying out, coming home late. Smelling like other cats you cuddled. No, the gold. There's gold in these hills, boys. That's how you... Did you watch the jujitsu meme that I sent? Oh, that's how I get juice. Oh. Did you watch the jujitsu meme? Like... What was it? It was like 5 sports you should never do as a man. And all of them were jujitsu. It was just showing like the gayest poses that you could possibly be. They make cat foods to neutralize the allergens. That's like saying you don't want me to eat Taco Bell because you don't want me to shit myself. I'm not gonna fall for that. Also, that's a joke. I don't eat Taco Bell. I'm above that. I make my own. See, we're down to 3,500 feet. Yeah, ish. Give or take. 13 nautical miles, 144 knots, 152 across the ground. And if you were to label this as something, it's called skedaddling. Or skedoodling. Your Daytona Beach, Embry-Riddle, had more opportunities for helicopter pilots. Yeah, a lot of fixed wing stuff there. There used to be a decent helicopter school down Fort Lauderdale. My friend owned it. But I think he sold the company, and I don't know if they kept it there in the city or not. Yeah, Embry-Riddle is very heavy fixed wing. But I feel like having my license now, if I were to want to train somewhere else, I would probably want to go somewhere like Utah or Colorado. And strictly just for high elevation stuff. Your blades just don't work as good at 5,000 plus feet or 10,000 plus feet and going into the mountains. So you have to be a lot more careful of that. And we've demonstrated that on stream before, of getting into different places to land and just not having the performance to do an out of ground effect hover going into a place, or just not having the power to get out of a hole without airspeed. But you can't get the airspeed because you can't even pick up off the ground. So somewhere like Utah, I think it would be a very good place to go get some extra training. And it's something that I actually have. There's a dude who pops into stream every once in a while, and he's flown with us on stream before. You're gonna just straight refuse to work for 15 minutes. You missed a lot of stuff. We were actually giving away like lifetime secrets. Had a $1,746 Amazon gift card that I gave the code out to. Oh, Oregon, yeah, Hillsboro. Oregon, Hillsboro Aviation. That'd be the place to go if you go back up to Oregon. Rich from Oregon. YouTube video. Oregon Air National Guard helicopter losing lift on Mount Hood is crazy. Oh yeah, yep. I'm very familiar with that video. Yeah, and so like one thing people don't think about is here in turbine helicopters, you don't have manifold pressure limitations for power like you do in a Robinson. So for anybody watching this that's unfamiliar, in a Robinson, the engine makes 100, and Tom loves this conversation because he's just like, screw it, pull it to the top until the blades droop. But in a Robinson helicopter, or a piston engine helicopter, what you do with your left hand here is you add pitch to the main rotor blades, which requires more torque or power from the engine the more pitch you put into it. So, with that said, the more pitch you pull, the more power you require. How do you manage the power? It's a carbureted engine that produces 150, 160 horsepower, I think, at sea level. But the engine says it creates, or the manual says it creates 124 or 131 for like 5-minute takeoff power. What song was that again? What do you mean what song? Like background song? I don't know, it's just background music. It's copyright free though. Yeah, you missed the... No, it wasn't a 66. It was actually AS350B3 Echo giveaway. So there's actually like an airport like right here, allegedly. Not that I see though. There are no runway lights on this thing. Holy crap. So yeah, like you have a Robinson and they say like, okay, cool, your max power is 131 horsepower. Well, how do you know what's 131 horsepower if you pull up your collective 75% of the way and you're creating that 131? What if you pull up 76%, 78%, whatever? Okay, so that's the... I'm going to reset the altimeter once we get down here also. There it is, finally on the Garmin too. There we go, I can finally see the ground. There's no runway lights here. That was all I was doing, I was hunting for the ground. Set down for a second. Yeah, that's not any better. Yeah, look at this on the map. We're weird. Yeah, I don't know where they allegedly have fuel at. You pull into the MR touch tips, yeah. Half knowledge and half praying. No, it's honestly not bad. Like once you get going, it's not bad. It's just a matter of getting the feedback loop. You know, like if you pull up with your left hand, you need to compensate with pedals. If you compensate with pedals, you got to compensate with cyclic. If you compensate with cyclic, you got to compensate with your left hand. So it's like a constant feedback loop of a lot of stuff. Once you figure that out, though, once you get that, I don't want to call it muscle memory, because it's not really muscle memory. But once you get that figured out, then it's not that bad. We're just going to assume there's a fuel truck over here. I have no idea where the fuel farm is here. And you cannot see shit out here. I feel like there's a taxi light. Taxi light, do they do anything? Nope. Okay, anyways, let's pop some fuel up in this bad boy. Fuel. Topped off on fuel. Exactly, it's like Frank. No, it's not that bad. It's like an even worse airport there. Water crossing mountains, nothing. See which type of thing here. I think we figured here was like private plane area. Yeah, those are all still pretty big. Try to find something that looks like it'd be like Signature or something. Yeah, those are all obviously big boy things. Oh, where's all the PJs park here? Yeah, we're parking front and center. 244. And I do suspect, I don't have to pee right now, but I do suspect having to pee later, so that's the thing. Have you reached that state of feeling like an extension of you yet? Oh yeah, for sure. I don't have to think about it. So yeah, anyways, you pull the collective up, And when you see your engine manifold pressure, your intake manifold pressure, as you, any car person knows, as you pull or as you floor it, your engine sucks more air in. So the bigger the vacuum, you can measure that in inches of manifold pressure. And in the oh, cool. The taxi lights actually work decent there. Okay, cool. But I'm actually going to land and turn those off, because I don't want to have to turn those off as we're flying. So yeah, that's landing lights, that's taxi lights. Actually, I'm curious if I have a... controls, search, T. Oh, no. See. T. Increase drone exposure. No. Exposure increase, show toolbar. Let's see. I'm going to delete that. I don't need toolbar. What I do want to make it, though, is... Let's see. Taxi lights toggle. Taxi ribbon, don't care about that. Yeah, just toggle taxi lights. So I want to make that a T. Go back, save, resume. So now I should be able to click T. Perfect, I like that. I like that a lot. So yeah, like you watch your manifold pressure gauge and you pull 24.2 inches of manifold pressure, and there you go. That's how you know that you're only asking of 124, 131 horsepower from your little Robinson R22. Or whatever the case is. Yeah, we did we did Hormuz. We did it in a Black Hawk. That was 2 episodes ago, near the end. Let's want that back. Not there. Yeah, we are heading west, so we're now leaving Saudi once we start getting across this water and everything, and we will be getting towards Africa. So yeah, so you pull on the collective, your left hand, which y'all can watch on the little camera thing on the top left there. Pull collective with your left hand, and you manage how much you pull, and that's how much power it has. I know my controller's been disconnected. Go away. Oh, that's annoying. What if I let it die over there? Nope. That's pesky. I think, can y'all see the controller's been disconnected crap too? Yeah. My question is, why doesn't it... There it goes, it's gone. No, but I didn't even touch that. Ugh. Okay, so it will go away. But anyways, so when you get up in altitude, as you go up in altitude, you have lower air pressure at the whatever altitude you're at. So even down here at sea level, let's say it's a perfect day and it's a 29.92 manifold, or 29.92 pressure. And your manifold pressure that you'd pull in a Robinson R22 is like 23.4, something like that. If I were to go up to 10,000 feet. You know, I've lost like 5 points of mana. I think it's every 2,000 feet. Or no, it's about 1 point per every 1,000 feet. So then, like, I'm not at 29.92, I'm at 19.92, so I can only pull 19 inches of manifold pressure. So I've effectively lost, you know, whatever amount of horsepower that would end up being. I put you further behind me and out of the way? Will my hand not bother it? So, even if you're at a place where your engine can compensate for the amount of power at higher altitudes, because that's why they have that overhead with the Robinsons. Like, okay, cool, like it's a 160 horsepower engine, but you can pull more. It's like, once you're at that altitude, like, you can't. There's just not enough air there to physically pull the amount of manifold pressure that you want. No, I don't want to jettison the door. So, I'd love to go flying, short story long, I'd love to go flying in somewhere like Utah, Colorado, somewhere with altitude. Mountains and winds, sure, cool. You know, it's neat to work with winds and like different sort of things, but I feel like a lot of people overthink winds. Just like going into auto rotations for Robinsons, like, cool, you do down, right, aft, and you get the auto rotation. But if you're in something like the Eurocopter here, it's down, left, aft, because you have a different rotating rotor system. Why not say down, keep the nose straight, aft? Because, like, you should be reactive on your pedals. You shouldn't be... There are times to be proactive, picking up off the ground, adding more torque. But really, it's like, if you think about it, you're just keeping the nose pointing in the right way. You shouldn't have to think right or left. It should just be you do it. All that to say, I think the hardest thing about flying in Utah will just be learning to deal with very thin air. Or higher altitudes with thinner air, so where I don't have as much available power to do things. So then I'm really, really having to be careful about getting into different areas. Which is just at the end of the day, an even stronger, bigger, better exercise of power management. Because I can do that here. I can say, like, okay, cool, I get into a hole, usually I can pull 23.5 getting out of a hole. But if I'm doing something like that, maybe I'll just say, like, okay, cool, I'm only going to pull 21 getting out of a hole. I'm only going to pull 20 getting out of a hole. Or going into this hole, I'm only going to pull 20 inches, and if I can't make it, cool, I got to find another approach, or just say, oh well. Okay, dead air for us right now. Says 130, we're doing 130. And 230 nautical miles, that's all. Just shy of 2 hours on the trip. Which will put us there 11 o'clock Eastern time-ish. But yeah, helicopters are cool. If you have the chance to do a discovery flight, I suggest doing it. I also suggest kind of generally understanding what's supposed to happen. I kind of cheated by having hundreds of hours on this beforehand, so I already had the muscle memory kind of set up and established. Feel like at least understand the relationship between, like, okay, cool, I pull up on the collective, I'm going to need to put left pedal in. Assuming you're flying an American helicopter with a counterclockwise system. Like, cool, you pull up on the collective, you're going to need left pedal. So, like, already knowing that's a big thing. And then if you start swaying and swinging while you're sitting there hovering, or attempting to hover, just knowing that the way to fix that is kind of like minimal inputs, but also just like holding one input and letting the helicopter establish that move instead of putting yourself in some sort of oscillation. And just like knowing all the how everything reacts with everything else is a good way to start going into it. But if there's anybody who's fixed wing that's rotor curious, do it. Not going to say being a helicopter pilot's better, but it's just a completely different understanding of how the physics around things works. And you're very involved the entire time. Versus airplane stuff, you can get up and establish your altitude and your speed and your heading and just kind of like hands-off fly with your trim. Which you can do that in helicopters, but like the smaller training ones, like the 22 and 44, like you don't trim into whatever. They're kind of there riding it. Then again, the newer 44s with the autopilot systems, technically they're trim, but whatever. Like here, I'm just trying to optimize here. 3,200 feet, I'm happy with that for the moment. 130 knots. Looks like we may have hills up here to worry about in like 40 miles, but nothing serious. We're heading in the right direction. Our trim ball's established in the correct direction. And still no sunrise. Although it is much brighter kind of in that way, but I think that might just be dust and light reflection from the, or light pollution, should I say. Yeah, I'm just psyched that we have taxi lights now. I knew there was a button in here, somewhere in the cockpit, I just didn't know where, but it's on the collective. I don't want to look down and search for that when we're in a landing position. I can just reach my keyboard and click T. It makes it much easier. I'm going to turn this way a wee bit. Try to correct course mildly. A little bit of right pedal. Try to keep that white ball just in the middle. There you go. It feels decent. Now it's just a balancing and endurance game. How long can I sit here and be inactive? Hello, little bitty airport below us. Can't really see ya. But you're down there. That reflection sucks. Yo, David, shit, thank you, dude. That is much appreciated. Not necessary by any means, but very much appreciated. Well, see, now you have to go and do your discovery ride, and now I'm like emotionally invested in your journey into becoming a helicopter pilot, so you're doing this on yourself. You're gonna get a Christmas card too. Yeah, dude, that's fucking huge. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it more in a few days when we're doing some daytime flying. We are in a very boring state right now. Like I said, I would tweak the weather to make it where it's daytime, but we are, I try to have some consistent rules with the stream. If I crash, we go back to wherever the last place I touched the ground was, like a fuel stop. We fly current time, current weather. If it's a super bad weather day, if it's a typhoon, whatever, either I don't fly or I deal with it. IFR conditions, whatever, cool, I need to punch clouds, I punch clouds. No repetition or whatever, and like I said, live time is the big thing for that. Which really we were able to do pretty much live time this entire series up until, you know, like episode 58 or something, and we started getting more. 2 hours till sunrise. I think we might end up getting a sunrise at the pyramids. We may be there a little bit early, but I think the sky will definitely be much lighter at that point. Also, sometime soon, I don't know what the official point of getting off of the Asian continent is. I think it's once we cross the Red Sea. I think this here is still considered the Asian plate. So the knuckle, the protrusion here, I think that's still Asia. So I think after we cross the Red Sea, I think that's when we hit Africa. And also we're going to hit every continent with the exception of Antarctica. Antarctica's fake, it's not real. And you shouldn't trust anybody who makes you believe it's real. Yeah, I do plan on doing an Antarctica flight, but it's not going to be in this series. I don't think it's worth it of flying down one way and then flying back up the same thing. South America is beautiful, but I also want to do a Antarctica to the furthest north I can possibly fly. If it's the North Pole, then it's the North Pole, but I don't think that we'll have the range for that once we leave whatever little Alaskan towns or Canadian towns or whatever. But I want to do a like full South America, Central America, North America sort of thing. So we will hit Antarctica eventually on that series. Let's see. So you've noticed in the helicopter flying, you don't really have to manipulate your collective much. Once you get moving, not really. Once you kind of like set what your cruise power is at, you really don't have to do much. Especially if I've already able to keep my right hand still and not mess up. I don't have any way to like lock my controls down into one place, sadly, so I'm kind of hand flying this entire series, except for like a few hours where I was able to get autopilot and one thing to work. For the most part though, once you hit your speed of wherever you want to be, of course not leaning all the way forward, not leaning all the way back, whatever, but use your collective to kind of pick your altitude, use your cyclic to set whatever your pitch is. So if it's something where I want to, well, let's watch my gauges here. On the far right, you can see that thing go up and down, up to 800 there, then back down again. That little, let me get my mouse too, this little nib right here, that's my vertical speed indicator, that's my altitude, and here's my airspeed. So with that said, I'm going to work on getting straight and level again, getting myself back into this, and I'll do a couple of manipulations with the controls and everything. So right now I'm more or less leveled off. It's hard to perfectly level off with the way my controls are set up. So if right now I wanted to go up in altitude but maintain the same speed, I'm going to add a little bit of collective. And as you can see, our vertical speed indicator over there is going to like 350, 400 feet per second, but I'm keeping just about the same airspeed. Little manipulations with it just because I'm not a perfect person. So let's level off again. And now let's say I wanted to slow down a little bit but also gain. I'm going to leave my collective alone, but I'm going to pull up. So I'm trading that energy for vertical climbing. And if I didn't want to slow down, I would add some more collective but push forward a little bit more than what I was pulling up there. So it's kind of a way of balancing what your energy usage is. And then also, if you watch me, I'm lowering the collective right now. You can see that center gauge really lowering. That's power usage. So you can also manage what your fuel or whatever is. I'm not paying for fuel in this, so I'm pulling 8 to 9 on the FLI indicator. And FLI, I forget what it stands for exactly. Tom can probably tune in on that because he has a bit of A-star experience and knowledge. But basically it's a culmination of all the instrument parameters with the engine. So like your N1 speed, your torque usage, your turbine outlet temperature, all of that's kind of tuned into your FLI. It's like, cool, I may be under torqued, but if it's a hot day and I'm at a higher altitude with not a lot of air to move through the engine, I could overheat it even though I'm not over torquing it. So FLI kind of averages that out and keeps it something that where you can not have to watch 30 gauges to know if you're doing something wrong. You can watch one gauge and it will keep you safe. But yeah, collective you don't have to do a lot with. When you're hovering, when you're doing inputs where you're at 0 airspeed, if you're able to get it locked in with the correct wind in your nose, or it's a dead wind day, or just like a consistent 5-10 knot wind, whatever, you can not move your collective that much and you'll be okay. But as soon as it's gusty, or you're doing any sort of turning or manipulations with your other controls, you do need to do a bit of collective manipulation. Same thing on approaches. The best approach is setting your angle, coasting it in, and it's almost just like as you're, get my controller, as whatever you're trying to land on. Let's say there's a helipad up here. As soon as the helipad gets here, then I lower my collective and I try to keep my helipad right here as I'm going at that angle towards it. And a lot of times that's you set your collective down to whatever you want your vertical descent to be, and you cycle it backwards to whatever you want your forward airspeed to be to maintain it in that same side picture. So it's hard to explain everything because it's like, cool, you do a quick stop, you lower the collective, you pull back on the side click. If you're trying to get out of a hole, you're pulling up on the collective a lot and very little forward side click. It's, and kind of like I said earlier, everything balances each other, and Tom could also chime in on that because he flies. But, oh, that looks decent. You can see reflections of the water and everything. That looks good. So also, on the whole balancing thing, so your main rotor spins one direction, and I'm going to talk to it in Robinson ways since that's what I fly. This is a Eurocopter, so it goes the opposite direction. So when I pull up on the collective in a Robinson, it wants to twist the entire body of the helicopter the opposite direction of what the rotor's spinning. So to keep the helicopter pointing straight, when I add extra torque through the system using this collective, I need to apply left pedal. Now applying left pedal wants the helicopter to rotate in this direction here. So when you're doing in that direction, your tail rotor's actually blowing to the side here, or thrusting to the right. So if you're hovering dead still and you're able to hold your cyclic without moving, if you add left pedal, like if you're going up in altitude or like picking up off the ground, you'll actually translate in the whole helicopter itself as you're correcting, picking up in your turn or whatever. You'll actually start doing this because your tail rotor's blowing you to the side, and that's called translating tendency. Be back soon. See you in a bit, Tom. Drive safe if you're driving, if whatever. Anyways. So collective of power or cyclic is the pitch of the rotor blades. You'll have to forgive me because I've come from fixed. Oh no, yeah, you're good. Answering the questions. Not only is it good for other people to learn, it's good for me to like reinforce things that I know. So it's a learning tool for me too, on top of everything. So collectively moves everything at the same time. So when I pull up on my left stick, the collective here on the left, all of the blades will pitch themselves. So when the collective's all the way down, they're completely flat. They're not creating any lift. As soon as you add any little bit of collective, which we call pulling power, which in a car, if I say pull power, I'm like, cool, get off the gas. In here, we're pulling up, which is adding power, so pulling power. When I pull up on the collective, it adds pitch to all the blades, kind of like a variable pitch prop in like a turbo prop or something. So that's creating a lot more lift. When I move the cyclic, which is the stick between the legs, that's moving just one side of the blades. So the swash plate's kind of what keeps everything centered. So I'm going to see if I can put my hands down here where you can see it. If I move the collective, the swash plate itself moves up and down as a whole. If I push forward on the cyclic, it's actually just going to move, on this system at least, it's going to move the left side. Or no, sorry, it's going to move the right side only. So the collective could still move the entire swash plate up and down, but when I push forward, it's going to move the right side. Now, why the right side? The effects of whatever you do on a spinning object is felt 90 degrees later in the plane of rotation. So if I add pitch over here on the right side, for whatever weird scientific reason, the lift of it being more pitched over on this right side is going to be felt in the back, which is what leans us forward and pushes us forward. That's called gyroscopic precession. I don't understand how it works. I've tried to, whatever. There's a good visual representation somebody did at one point with like a spinning disc on a string or something like that, which I kind of get it. It's more of the deflection and balancing out sort of thing. But anyways, yeah, so when you use your cyclic in the middle, you're only affecting one side. So if you're pushing forward, you're only affecting what would make you lean forward. So you're only really adding lift to the back side of the rotors. If you want to go forward and to the right, you're adding lift to the back and the left. And of course, pedals is just the rear. And it's like I said, it's a full balancing act, especially when hovering. When you're in forward flight, like I can straighten up my pedals here, and then my pedals are dead even right now, and it doesn't matter. I may be slightly out of trim, but I really don't need to do anything with my pedals. What I should do is slightly more right pedal to get that ball centered out, which you know from fixed wing stuff, flying in trim. And we are definitely going to need to gain altitude here to make it over some relatively stout mountains up here. Good to see. And I'm not really worried about my airspeed in here. As long as I'm keeping it over like 110, 120, I'm happy. Got a cloud layer up here as well, which I'm glad I have synthetic vision because that's going to show me clear. And here you can see that line that's across the synthetic vision. That's our current altitude compared to the mountains. But I've got this 2,000 foot per minute climb, and we can see that line slowly moving its way up. So yeah, there's a lot to learn for helicopters, but it's just as like riding a bike for the first time. You know, it may feel goofy and it may feel off and it may fall down here or there. But at the end of the day, once your brain has that circle of information figured out, like, okay, cool, if I add more collective, I'm going to be like kind of more pressure on the left pedal. And there's no huge inputs. That's the thing too. Like even though I have this camera screen up to where you can see what I'm doing. I mean, you can see I'm flying with my fingers. Like when I'm flying an R-22 in real life, like I'm flying with my whole hand on it because it's no hydraulics and it's kind of wiggly. But I mean, the inputs that you put in are very, very small. Everything's small, everything's very smooth and progressive with your inputs. If you have the opportunity to fly a sim for cheap or free, like I said, even though mine's free, I still bought all the stuff to do this. Definitely learn how to hover in a sim. Maybe don't do everything else. There are some bad habits that I picked up. The big one being flying in trim. I just tend not to pay attention. Not cables, it's bars, but yeah, it's directly connected. There's no hydraulics in the R-22. The R-44, there is hydraulics, but then again, you're paying, at least at my school, $240 an hour more or something to fly the R-44. And if you're unaware, I'm using R44 controls here. At least that's what it's called in the Apache Simulator thing. So it has the Robinson-style T-bar, which I kind of wish that I didn't get this now, just because at the end of the day, like, just my hand moving forward, backwards, left, or right, it's all going to give me the same muscle memory anyways. But it is kind of a plus knowing with this, where it's not like I'm, like, this doesn't do anything. I let my dad try this, and he was trying to steer like this, but that's not an input. It's actually moving the stick itself on like a flat plane compared to where you're sitting. That's what the inputs are. The up and down is just that way your instructor can grab the controls over on the left side. Let's see, we got like another 300 feet up that we need to go, so we'll keep the climb going. Let's see, does that blind me out any? Yeah, kind of annoying. Yeah, it's money. It's not cheap to learn how to fly helicopters. I mean, it's not cheap to learn how to fly planes either. Kind of apples to oranges, but helicopters are definitely more expensive on the lower end. Of course, like, once you get in, like, okay, cool, if I want to fly a turbine helicopter, like an R-66, I'm paying like $1,200 an hour. But if you're learning on a turbine airplane like a PC-12 or something like that, like, you're still paying a lot of money. It's probably not going to be cheap either. Hopefully you're at a point to where you're flying professionally and your employer's like providing you the flight time. But starting out, it's definitely cheaper going with a plane. But I don't have any interest in fixed wing. I have interest in fixed wing. I don't have like full professional career interest in fixed wing. I would love a personal helicopter, 44, something like that. Something nicer would be great, but that's money and maintenance. But like a Piston Robinson R-44, I'd be happy with as a personal helicopter. But they only do 110 knots max on smooth air days. So if it's not smooth air, you're flying like 90 or 100, which is still decent. Not bad. But if I want to, like, if I get blessed with a wife and kids one day, and I want to take them to Miami or something, that's not going to be a fun flight in an R-44. It'd be a much better flight in something like a Cirrus SR-20, like a cheaper Cirrus or a Bonanza, something like that. Something with a bit more speed and its benefit. Oh yeah, my brother-in-law was flying a helicopter for agriculture. Oh, that sounds fun. He transitioned over there from driving log trucks, and it cost him $25,000 just to get into it. Yeah, I got my private license in the federally regulated minimum 40 hours. Well, 41 hours, but that was just with a checkout ride and stuff like that. I was ready at the 40. And I spent $395 an hour for most of the hours, and then 10 hours you have to do solo, so I didn't pay the instructor for 10 of the hours. But anyway, well, $16,000, you know, because you got to pay for tests, you got to pay for DPE fees when you get examined. You got to pay for any school books. I did online courses beforehand, so I didn't have to do any like hard classroom time at the school. $16,000 to $18,000 is what I paid just to be privately rated. Like 40 hours, fresh out of school, nothing else. That's it. For me to get commercially rated, passion is beyond mere interest. Yeah, exactly. And I definitely feel this on a passion level. I mean, hell, I'm sitting here in a simulator at home flying around the world at dark when there's like nothing around. Still not even a sunrise in the back. So yeah, I'm still 100 hours out from being commercial. So if I just do that in the 22, I'm looking at $36,000-ish. There will be hours where I will need the instructor in there. So let's go ahead and call that $39,000. If I did 100 hours all with the instructor, that's $40,000. So, not crazy. People spend a lot more on colleges, but it's also not cheap. It's not something I want to come off of in any of my accounts right now. Or would I be able to? Definitely not. I don't have that sort of liquidity. All that money's tied up in guns and cars and tools and stuff like that. But then, once I get commercial, not many people will hire a 150-hour commercial pilot. That sucks. So what's your first job going to be? Usually, your first job, at least here in America, is as an instructor. Let's see, you said, ouch. So helicopters are like fixed wings where you can get certified, go to certified simulators, and some of your hours would be actual real. Yeah, you can do a simulator, certified simulator, where you have to have somebody like giving you the test or the lesson or whatever. I don't have any certified simulators near me. So that's plus, like, if you do a certified simulator, you're paying like, because you have to have your CFI there, somebody running it. So, I mean, you're paying like $150 an hour just to have that, $200 an hour maybe for a certified simulator. And it's like, okay, cool, for a little bit more money, I'll just fly a real thing. If I take a friend up in the R-22, where we split cost, if I'm doing like solo hours or whatever, I can split cost 50-50, and at $400 an hour, I'm spending $200 and flying the real thing. Or if you buy in bulk, you know, I end up paying $350 an hour, so $175 an hour to fly the real thing. And I'd much rather fly the real thing. I do enough simulator stuff at home, just not certified. But yeah, so usually your first job as a commercial pilot is as an instructor. So you, as a 150-hour pilot, still fresh and new, green boots, are now teaching people how to fly. Now, okay, cool, that's not bad, you know, flexible hours, you can do other stuff. But here's what sucks. Most schools use a Robinson helicopter. Robinson R-22 2-seater, R-44 4-seater. Majority of schools do. Some schools will have like the Cabri G2, which is like a newer French helicopter finished from tail rotor like this. Some will do a Schweitzer 296 or 300 CBI, which opposite rotating, but more of like a trellis-looking helicopter. But majority of schools use the Robinson, and on top of that, most schools won't hire you unless you went to their school. Not necessary, but it's kind of a thing, like you graduate, and then a lot of times your first job is the school that you went to. To teach in a Robinson, you have to have 200 hours. Even though you can get your CFI and CFII and everything like at 150, like at 150 I could take my commercial test and then go straight into my CFI test and then go straight into my CFII test, assuming that I have instrument by that time. But I cannot teach in a Robinson until I have 200 Robinson hours, at least in the 22 and 44 combined. And that's just because of their rotor system. It's because they're cheap, yeah, exactly. And cheap's also relative. A 0-hour R-22 with basic 6-pack instruments is $380,000. You put any sort of like Garmin GPS in there, like just like the one that we have in the 22 that I use is less cool than this one. It's not touchscreen, just buttons. And like, yeah, that unit there is I want to say like a $7,000 screen to put in there. So it's all relative. It's all very relative. Let's see, once again, very small tailwind here. Not much. But I do think I want to add a little bit of altitude because it's kind of hazy and I don't want to get stuck in full IMC conditions. So yeah, it's all relative. You know, like you can buy a half-hour R22 for like 180, 200. You can buy a decent 44 without like any big glass cockpit sort of things, you know, for 350 to 400. But even then, it's like cool. You have half a life left on overhaul and stuff. Yeah, you have more power on the iPad, really. Yeah, 4Flight's a great tool, but at the end of the day, it's also just a tool. There's a lot of people who don't know how to do any sort of navigation outside of the iPads. And while I do enjoy having mine, I don't have an iPad, I use my phone. And while I do enjoy using that and having it, I definitely also make sure that I know how to navigate without it. Because there will be a day when it goes down that I'm not going to be able to do anything. And you have to know where you're going. Or know how to get back to where you came from. One or the other. No Kobe tonight, please. No, not planning on it. Even though right now wouldn't be a horrible place for it to happen, it wouldn't be the best. Because we're still relatively close to where we took off from the gas stop back there. So it's not like I'd lose like a 3-hour flight. I'd only be losing, what, 35 minutes or something like that. 161 nautical miles. We're doing 130 knots or so over the ground. So hour and 10 minutes, hour and 20 minutes till we get Cairo. And we're right here at the top of this lower level cloud. Relatively flat in front of us though, but we'll keep climbing, see if we can find a better tailwind. So yeah, it's like, even though I could be a commercial pilot at 150 hours and get a job at a school, I wouldn't be able to get a job at my school, which is where they know me and they know how dedicated I am. Just lighter on the pockets now than I was when I started. So I need to push 200 hours, so I need 150 hours of Robinson time. And that's all in the 22 and all by myself. You know, I'm still spending, you know, $60,000. So either way, there is money that has to be spent. It's just a matter of like, do I do it now? And say like, okay, cool, I get a job as a an instructor. It's relatively part-time, so I can still work my normal job, which is in the film industry, which is like a part-time, full-time sort of thing. I could pay back a loan if I take out a loan. But I'm more or less debt-free now. I keep like 2 little personal loans just kind of rolling to play the stupid credit score game. Because I have to fix that because I paid cash for everything for so long. Then I went to go look at houses and they were like, oh no, sorry, your score sucks. I was like, what do you mean? I've been paying cash for everything for 10 years. So now I just play the credit score game a little bit, but it's like debt free. I really don't want to go, you know, $50,000 into debt. Plus, there's no guarantee of my school hiring me. And if another school, if my school doesn't, but another school hires me, if somebody in Tennessee or Colorado, Utah, or whatever they want to hire me, then it's like, cool, I got to leave my normal job that would definitely help me pay off the loan within 2 years. That would be no longer a thing. No, actually I do I do props and firearms. Anybody doing Part 107 stuff, that's usually camera department. Because they want their own drone that they can rent out through their personal S-Corp or whatever. As their own kit or equipment or whatever. Or if it's through another company, it's whatever, but I am definitely not camera department. They're cool guys, don't get me wrong, but I do a cooler job doing the gun stuff. Do you do camera stuff? Is that what the me means, or is that something, a reference to something else? Yeah, I've thought about getting my 107 just because I have a drone, and it would be nice just to have that as like a backup if we ever need to fly a drone for a prop or something. I know they asked for that one time, and one of the other props guys had a used Part 107 licensed. Oh no, you're Part 107 pilot. Okay, gotcha. So I've thought about it for that. And then of course for the little things where it's like, okay, cool, if I get 107, I can take my little DJI thing and go fly it over people's houses for pictures or real estate or whatever, and just make some sort of side income off of it, you know. It could be doable. Honestly, I need to take a 107 practice test. I feel like I could probably get it now, because before I started any of my pilot stuff for real, I was kind of avoiding the 107 because I hadn't got deep into learning airspaces, learning frequency, learning ADS-B, learning any sort of aviation related things. It's like I pretty much just knew how helicopters worked, but as far as flying them in a licensable way, I had no idea about legalities or anything like that. But I feel like now I probably wouldn't be too hard to get a Part 107. So yeah, I should look into a practice test on that just to have that in the back pocket. Easy? Yeah, I figure it is. It's kind of the whole intimidation of not knowing it. Once I take a practice test, I'll be like, oh yeah, it is easy. It's like ham radio license. I want to get a ham radio license. I still haven't done it because I have no idea. I'm not that deep into it, so it makes no sense to me reading some of these practice tests. And also, on top of that, every single... I bought like 4 or 5 books about ham radio stuff. Like best-selling books about learning ham radio things to pass your ham radio test. But all the books are just like, okay, cool, here's all the test questions from the past 30 years and here's all the answers to them. And it's like, I want to learn. I don't want to, like, do a memory game and pass a test because of a memory game. Kilo Charlie 7 Hotel Bravo uniform. I assume you're ham certified and that's what your call is, or your what nickname? See, I don't even know what that's called. That's one of the things I suggested to justify supporting my ex-husband wanting to quit his job and buy him a drone. Real estate, dealership, commercials, etc. Yeah. Downside for me here, Atlanta being a film hub, there are a lot of people that are 107 that have much better drones than what I do. I've just got a little mini 4S or whatever. A lot of people, a lot better drones, a lot better visual vision for things. So the commercial side I definitely really couldn't touch. As far as like filming commercials. Pictures, sure. He didn't follow through though. Stunigan 77. Stinwin. Okay, cool. I get it now. Sorry, I'm reading the comments off my phone. I'm trying to check it out at peripherals down there. ST Win. Hello, welcome. I apologize for it being a dark stream. The Eastern Pacific hurricane season is starting tomorrow. Oh! We might have to do some storm chasing then. We'll do that on one of the... If there's any storms that are near land or whatever, I've definitely done hurricane flying before in the helicopters. Getting in like the 222 or some like retractable gear, fast one, a lot of power. I've definitely done some hurricane flights before in the simulator, so that would definitely be something to not look into doing. But if there's one that's near to an airport or something, or one night after we do an around the world session, I'll bump over to that. Or if I don't feel like doing a 3.5, 4 hour stream of flying in a straight line, then we'll definitely do a hurricane session. Yeah, dude, sorry that it's a very dark stream tonight. We're chasing down Cairo, Egypt right now. Ooh, I can see ground a little bit. Nice. First time all night I've been able to see the ground below us. We're chasing Cairo, Egypt right now, and we fly current time with this series. So it's middle of the night over there. You're gonna get in drones, get a thermal imaging or mapping. Yeah, I've thought about that. The rest of the drone sector's oversaturated. Yep, I can definitely see that. The whole real estate thing's money-losing proposition. That's for sure. I can see that being the thing. The only plus side is I do have a really good friend, which actually I introduced her to Valeska, but she's a real estate agent down here. And I feel like if I were to ask her, be like, hey, let me take pictures for you, she'd be like, oh yeah, cool. And I'd probably do like a month for free, just a handful of listings just to see if it's something that they like. But I also don't know if they have somebody with their company that they just clock in to do that sort of thing. But I would offer it to her. She's super cool. I'm curious what the thermals look like now on the used market. I know new, they're still not cheap. But I'm curious on the used market what they look like. But on that too, being in the film industry, I'm friends with a lot of helicopter people. And one of them, they actually have I think it's a Shot Over, which is a company that does like the expensive cameras to bolt onto helicopters for like police and stuff like that. And we were filming something with like I think it's a Shot Over M2 Evo, where it's got like a 4K 120 cinema type camera inside of it, but it also has like a 4K thermal imaging camera. And we used that for some stuff back in January that was super sick. We were using it as like an ISR drone for a short that they were putting together. And they went up to like 3,000 feet on like a 1 mile orbit around this point, and we blew up a Humvee with 20 pounds of C4. Ain't no movie explosion, a real explosion. Let's see. Yeah, my wife's a real estate agent, and you'd be surprised how many photos they can get and full tours of house they can get for $150. Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I figure a lot of like the professional photographers that do real estate photography have the 107. So instead of paying or going and doing pictures themselves, they have these people going with their cameras that already know how to set up the tours and plot it out, and probably a package deal will knock out like 5 of those a day. I'd be more interested in real estate for real estate, doing it as an actual profession. Hey, I can finally see some green on the screen up there. That's good. I can definitely tell where that ends because all the mountains here are just black. But I can see like small details in the hills, so that's kind of nice. Let's see what our... Yeah, we're starting to get a... I wouldn't call it a sunrise, but we're starting to get a lit horizon. Yeah, I'll definitely be glad once this these next few episodes are over. So, although I don't mind doing these night flights, I also know it's just not that exciting for everybody watching because the details get lost. I probably have better detail than you do on this, so you'll just see a lot of black and horizon. Wait, what's great to hear? What did I miss? Or are you talking about the photographer stuff? I don't know. Anyways, I'm trying to keep up. Oh, being interested in real estate endeavors, yeah. And I hate to say it like this, but there's money in real estate. Like, plain and simple. And real estate's something that doesn't go away. Like, cool, you can buy a car and crash it and whatever, it's gone. Real estate, cool, house burns down, guess what? You still have the piece of property. Even if it's just property that you're looking at, the property's always going to be there. Blue Thunder. I want to say I saw a trailer for that. Surprisingly, for me being a helicopter enthusiast, like, I've never even seen an episode of Airwolf. The Eastern Pacific Hurricanes names. Ooh, name list. Let's see. Amanda Boris, that's a fun one. Christina, Douglas, Alita, Fatuso, Genevieve, Ehrman, Estelle, Julio, Karina, Lowell, Marie, Norbert, that's a fun one. Odelays. Boy, I'd hate to get smacked by Odelays. That'd be embarrassing. Polo, Rachel, Simon, Trudy, Vance. Where? Lex Luthor taught you that? I mean, like, even today, there is a guy that I follow on Instagram. Not a real estate guy. He's a trading guy. And on his Instagram story, he's like, man, my neighbor just embarrassed me. Or, like, that was the caption. And it was a video that was like his neighbor flying over in a Bell 407, which is a, for anybody unfamiliar, Xavier Yolanda Zeke. Yeah, I'm an East Coast Atlantic hurricane enthusiast, mostly because I live here and I get to experience those. But Pacific ones are cool just because like, we don't see them much here in the U.S. Rarely get any of those that peel off this way. I want to say there's only been a few hurricane seasons in the past where they've gone through the full alphabet of names. I think they go to Greek names after that, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Grew up on Airwolf, a lot of fascination with. I can go for a rewatch. You need to watch it last. Yeah, it's just like you know me, I'm a car guy as well. I didn't watch Initial D until like 7 years ago. And I'm 35 now, for reference for anybody. Yeah, Florida's soaking up all the hurricanes. Leave some for Georgia, dude. Now, usually when we get them, it's just heavy rain. Occasionally pretty windy as well. Rarely is it like, oh man, that was bad. Yeah, starting to get some definition out there. Not bad. But I will say, like, talking about hurricanes, hurricane parties, oh yeah. The other day, I walked outside. I think I was taking my dog outside because she's 15 years old. So her bladder doesn't hold urine as well as it did before. So I take her out at like 10 o'clock or so, then take her out again at midnight. If I'm still awake, I'll take her out before I go to bed at like 1 or 2. Because if I don't, there's a high chance she's just going to piss in the bed. No bueno. But anyways, I walked out. I want to say it was yesterday. It was probably last night. But we had just a bit of humidity. Like, just enough to where, like, you could smell the humidity. Hasn't rained here in a while, but it was just humid enough to smell it. And I was like, man, I kind of miss that about hurricanes, because the hurricane season for here, it's more like later summer, fall time. And have it where it's kind of cooling down outside, but not really. But then they have like this huge, warm, tropical blast come through, like thick, dense rain and wind and like super warm air, and like you're outside in like swim trunks. And it's such a good feeling. You're a hurricane party queen, my pad was the place to button down. My mom, dad, and my uncle given the cars a name. I think 2026 hurricane season will be more busy than 25. I didn't hear much about 25. But also, like I said, here in the U.S., we don't hear too much about the Pacific season, just because it's rarely ever an issue for us here. I think it's mostly like Hawaii and to the west sort of thing. But I do think for the Atlantic season, I think we will have a stout season. Don't know why. Feeling it in my bones. I don't say I'm looking forward to it, because obviously people are going to die when something happens. That's just how it is. But I'm a weather enthusiast, so sue me. I enjoy bad weather. So if there's a hurricane season, there's a chance I may go visit my friends in Florida for hurricane season for a week that they're coming through. Go down there, take the 4Runner, take the chainsaw and some gloves and whatever, and help clean out anything in their neighborhood for that time. And after a few days, and cool, adios, going back home. And don't say, yes, we do know why. I believe weather modification exists, but I also know the scale of a power of a hurricane, and I don't think there's anything that humans can really do to really get to that level. I would see it more as of a supernatural, like, god/demon force, more than I would see it a government force. Yeah, I've got my daily, one of my dailies, is a 1996 4Runner. It's got a 2004 Tacoma front end on it, so like hood fenders, bumper, lights, grill, all that stuff. It's a limited 4Runner, so I refitted the 4Runner fender flares on it. Looks factory, it looks original. Very mildly lifted, like 2.5 to 3 inches on Bilstein 5100s up front, factory shocks. Our factory springs on the rear, it's got Old Man Emu medium weights, I think. Hidden winch in the front bumper, solid BFG KO2s on it. Of course, push button 4-wheel drive since it's limited. Super clean leather inside. I've redone all that. It's a really clean truck, but it's 360,000 miles. But like, you look at it on the outside, you're like, damn, it's clean. I've had somebody offer me like 10 grand for it. It's great. I love it. Dude, chemtrails is such a weird one. It's like cloud seeding does exist. It's well documented. But I also understand how physics of the atmospheres work. But also you see like the contrails that disappear quickly versus the chemtrails which stick around. And you're like, I don't know enough about it to say, oh yeah, one doesn't exist and one is man-made. Like, I don't know that much. Whether modification exists, is it as crazy as people want to conspiracy theory it up to? I don't know. I think there's a lot of oversold stuff because I do know a lot of wacko people that are very far off the rails. TRD Pro, oh nice. Mine has been to Florida, Anchorage, and Anchorage. Alaska back to Florida twice. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, just upset the balance. Oh, okay. I just had a change in wind. I just had to redo my pedals a lot. So if you're in a TRD Pro, you're obviously... If you've gone to Alaska and back twice, I don't think you are in the newest body style. So you're in, what, a 5th gen? I mean, if you have a 6th gen and you've done an Alaska trip twice, that's wild work to be moving that far in the amount of time that the Forerunners have, the new gen's been out. But if it's a last gen, then yeah, wouldn't trust that Turbo 4. Hell yeah. I knew I liked you, David. I knew you were a cool guy. Dude, that's... So, like, my father's picked up on my Toyota 4-wheel drive enthusiasm. And, so he had bought I think a 2002 4Runner. It was 2-wheel drive. He really enjoyed it. I got my 96 4-wheel drive, way cleaner than his, way nicer. He got a 2004 GX 470, sold his 4Runner, and then here, end of last year, he bought a 2014 Land Cruiser. Super clean, like 140,000 miles or something on it, so low mileage for 2014. My mom and dad has 2 girl cars, and my uncle has a boy. That's what you said. Oh yeah, I did see you say that. Sorry, like I said, I'm reading everything from under my goggles. So, and I'm also flying a helicopter. So I'm trying to keep up conversations. Yeah, we don't really name cars here. My mom called her Camry at one point, Gray C, because it was a gray Camry and Camry's with a C. But like, really, it's like if I want to go get in the 4Runner, I'd say, hey, I'm gonna go hop in the 4Runner. I've never really named cars or anything like that. I know a lot of people who do, though. I don't know. I wonder why people do that. Any ideas? Oh, you're a 2023 on yours? Okay. So yeah, getting near the end of the final gen. But yeah, so he's got the 2014 Land Cruiser. It's great. He's not going to modify it. The only thing we did, we got it from like a used car dealership that deals in like Land Cruisers and Porsches and stuff like that. So he deals with nicer, like enthusiast type vehicles. And it had some kind of worn mud tires on it. So driving it was just mud tire sound. He's like, I really like it, but the sound. And I was like, look, change the tires. Truck's good. Trust me. But we put some BF Goodrich KO3s on it, and it rides great now. You're just called Tina the Toyota, blame the wife. Hey, if it makes her happy, you know, that's kind of the whole thing, right? Okay, is this it here? Yep. Once we get off the land up here and over the water, we will no longer be on the Asian continent, and we will not be back on the Asian continent for this entire stream. or for this entire series. Emily can go 162 miles an hour. Well, we're doing 141 knots. I don't know what that is in miles an hour, but I assume it's somewhere around there. My record driving a four-wheeled vehicle is see, I've done a quarter mile. We had a built Mustang LS, turbo, all that stuff. Or no, it was nitrous at one point. I drove turbo, I never did a full run of the turbo. But I've done like 135 in the quarter. The bearing, the pedal on the interstate. I've hit a speed limiter in a BMW, so 155. I've ridden in a GTR at like 204 before. Like a 1300 horsepower GTR. On a motorcycle, I've redlined 6 gear in a built ZX-10R. I'm assuming that was somewhere just over 200. Do people actually give cars a boy name? I'm sure they do. Even if it's just to be funny, I don't see why they wouldn't. We are going east to west. So we took off in Georgia, here in the U.S., moved our way up to Washington State, up through Alaska, down the coast of Russia, jumped to Japan, did the islands, Taiwan, kind of Philippine areas, Papua New Guinea. We did an Australian section. Wasn't necessary, but Tom, who was in here earlier, he watched 30, 40 episodes in a row, like full-time viewer, basically. He's from Australia. So we did an Australia section in the stream where we went down to his area in the Sunshine Coast, went out to the big rock in the middle, the nipple of Australia. Went north, popped back out, went up through Thailand and everything. Did a summit attempt on Everest. Did not do it, even though the H-125 is capable of doing it. In the game, it's impossible. Even though it can go much higher than the mountain, the game physics don't play happy with it. Then back down across the northern bit of India, Pakistan, jumped over the Hormuz a few episodes ago, and now we're leaving Asia, heading over to Africa. Well, we've more or less not going to touch the Eastern Pacific anymore. Or we're not touching the Pacific anymore, I don't think. And I might bump it. Ooh, there's V&E. Fastest we've been all night, 154 knots. Need to slow down. So I could, once we go through here, we're going to jump up the Grecian Islands. We're going to go to Italy, Europe, UK, Iceland, Greenland, Canada, back down the coast. And then I should be able just to go right from South Carolina into Georgia back to where we started, and we'll have done a complete circumnavigation of the Earth. But since we did Australia, that means this circumnavigation would be every continent, not counting Antarctica, every continent but South America. So I said, okay, cool. If we already spent 20 days detouring down to Australia, why not spend a few days detouring, and we'll do the Florida coast, hit the Freedom Factory and stuff for Cletus, because he's a aviation and car guy like myself. Key West, Cuba, the island chains, or, Bahamas off the coast of Miami, and do the islands down to South America, then swing back up through Central America. And if we do that over Panama, I may touch the Pacific one more time, just to say we did it. Yeah, that's the general plan. So I will be within 150 miles of completing this, and then I'm going to go like 15 days out of the way. which that's going to hurt. Because like I said before, I want this to... Whoa! What the heck? That doesn't seem normal. Maybe there's windmills over there or something. After we land, I'm going to change the time of day. Oh, hell yeah. Do it for Dell, baby. Do it for Dell, be like Biff, and we'll freaking see you later. You're sitting outside your helicopter. I can stick my head out the window there. We have those red lights. I'm thinking those may be windmills. Anyways, yeah. We're now off of the Asian continent. No more. And only we're really going to touch Africa for just a few days. And that's kind of why I wanted to do this path. One, to see the pyramids, because that's kind of a big thing. And, that's wild. That's the Red Sea, baby. Yeah, with synchronized lights. Interesting. Like, that's just my best guess. Like, resorts and stuff. I don't know. Best guess, but you're the expert, so I'll take it. Yeah, I think hurricanes are very... They're going to be stout this year for Pacific and Atlantic. That's for sure. I think 2 years ago, was it still 2020? It might have still been in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. I don't know if we are in 2024 yet. But my friend, he's an airplane guy. I'm a helicopter guy. But we both took off from, like, Cancun and flew into whatever one of the super powerful ones down here in the Gulf of Mexico was. Before it was Gulf of America. God bless. Let's see. You're no expert, you just play one on TV. No, that's me. I work in film. Yeah, 2025 was kind of boring for hurricanes. Like I said, I cannot speak for the Pacific ones just because we don't see them here. But for American stuff, like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, David, but I don't really remember much of a hurricane season this year. Because, like, we had the gnarly ones, like Hurricane Helene, that kind of popped Florida pretty hard, then came up and got the Carolinas. And there's a few that year. Helene's just the one that I remember. But 2025, like, I don't even remember any, like, real landfalls. I think everything just kind of peeled off. Like I said, correct me if I'm wrong. I've had a lot going on, and I just haven't been paying attention, so that could be it too. But I feel like I remember because I'm a weather enthusiast. Because you just bought your house, you want to renegade it again in 2025 would have been a nightmare. Oh no, I feel that. I mean, even if insurance pays and you get correct or if not more money than what you need for it, it's still not a desirable chore, that's for sure. Oh yeah, that's right. The Bahamas did have one because I have a. So the film union that I'm in, that I despise, the former president of our local, his family also owns a, I'll say a house, but some sort of thing in Jamaica. I want to say they have like 2 or 3 little houses, so they rent a couple of them out, and they have one that they go and stay at. And whatever it was last year, it tooted them pretty hard at his place. Like destroyed a couple of the neighbors' houses and stuff, and it was not good. Let's see, 75 nautical miles. We are traveling 128 knots. We are less than an hour in, or less than an hour from 130 knots across the ground. So really, we're 50 minutes away, something like that. And this only gives me fuel quantity in liters and not minutes. The A-Star shows minutes. Yeah, I forgot the Bahamas this year, but yeah, for American hurricane season, it just wasn't much. Like I said, I don't want to be like, oh man, I wish there was more. I enjoy the weather, so I mean, I like to see the weather, but it's like, oh, it's blowy and a few trees down some places, but everybody just kind of got wet. Like, it's preferable. How many hours do I have? Do you typically fly in at night? My episodes doing this are on the short end, like 2 hours. If it's like a shorter hop, but it sets me up for a better hop the next day. Like if there's a flight where it's like, if I want to get from town A to town B, and it's like a 6-hour flight, but I want like town B to be the arrival, I'm not going to sit there for 6 hours. I'll like split it with like a 2 and a 4 or something like that, if there's like a nice town in between both of them. But most nights it's like a 3 or 4 hour flight. 4 is kind of on the high side of when I start getting, don't want to do it anymore. Also, I'm limited by the VR headset. I run it plugged into the wall. If I just plug it into the PC, my motherboard actually doesn't give off enough power to keep it charged, which is something I didn't know when building the PC. It would have made the motherboard like a $700 or $800 motherboard to make it where it actually put out like 30 watts. But I run a wall charger. Ooh, we got boats. Which I don't even know what my headset battery's at. But we should make it. If not, then I'll go off VR and just kind of fly on the TV screen for a few minutes while it charges up a little bit, and then we'll go back in for landing. Ooh, there we go. There we go. That's a sunrise starting to happen. Yeah, watch out for man-pats for sure. Boats are getting bigger. Looks like one with the bulbs on the side, or the big natural gas bulbs, containers, whatever you like to call them. Yeah, definitely getting light now. That's nice. We can see details on the mountains over there. 130, 69. Nice. We should be getting there with whiskey fuel. Yeah, this one timed out right. Like I said, boring episode for majority of it just because flying in the dark, but it would have been a pretty boring episode regardless, just because it was flying over some relatively crappy desert mountain things, which still cool to fly, you know, but it's just not, it's not flying over cities and sights and views. And I've got a little bit of experience of flying over some boring stuff. We're, what, 60 episodes in, averaging 3 hours a night or whatever. I've got 180 hours in this series. There have been some boring times flying. It's funny, I kind of want to go back and rewatch episode 1 of the Flying Around the World. Because there's a point when I pick up and I start flying, and I don't know how real I'm trying to treat it, or if I just go straight from pad, or if I go to the runway or anything. But there's a point when I'm just like, cool, I've now locked myself into this for so long. Which also, like, for your reference, David, so you to keep updating your lore, your multi-shot mat lore. Working in the film industry, sometimes I'm pretty consistent with work, where I'm working every day of the week, every week of the month, every month of the year. But after all the state-mandated flu vacations that we had to take a couple of years ago, and the strikes, and all that stuff, it's gotten slow. Oh, and also on my job doing the gun stuff since Alec Baldwin, it's gotten slow. And after I finished season 3 of Will Trent that I was working on, nothing else had booked up, or anybody that was hiring already had their own crew together or whatever, so I wasn't needed. So I was like, okay, cool, I need something to do over the summer. Because if I'm not sitting at home doing something, like being productive, I'm out spending money somewhere. I feel like that's the same with most people. If you're not doing something, you're spending something. So I said, okay, cool, my worst hours of getting online and online shopping is like 6 to midnight, so why not do a stream where I'm flying around the world? It'll give me practice flying. It'll get me talking. If it makes money, whether through advertising or donations and stuff, it'll slowly pay for itself as far as the sim rig, which I think because I hovered on day one. Like, as soon as I had all the controls doing the real helicopter lessons, I was hovering. So I think in saved time, it paid for itself, but still, monetarily wise, it's slowly working itself off. I was like, cool, if I'm going to be flying the simulator anyways, practicing and doing stuff, I might as well stream when I do it. And since now I have all this time off, since the show finished filming, might as well just stream flying around the world, because it'll take me offline, or take me out of Amazon from 6 to 10. And of course it started shuffling later and later to make daylight hours at different places around the world. And now we've caught up with the night times. So it's like I forget where I was going with this. But anyways, that's the story. I forget what the titles, but what's up with all these oil containers here? I mean, we don't have to go through the Strait of Hormuz? Weird. Who would have thought? Bullshit, dude. No fucking way. Definitely unnecessary, and I'm definitely sending you a Christmas card and a birthday card now. Or at minimum, I'm giving you a helicopter ride sometime down there. I need to find somewhere to rent a helicopter in Florida anyways. I've got friends down in Tampa who, grab some gas and a case of beer on you? Or what if I only spend it on gas, but it's helicopter gas? Yeah, don't think this isn't going to go unpaid back. I'll be in Florida, and I feel like you're going to, like, subscribe and watch and be back for other stuff and watch videos and be in contact. I don't think you're disappearing. And I fully plan on, like, any of my subscribers who stick around and who are homies, watch the stream, support, whether it be monetarily or just watching every episode or whatever. It's like 3 gallons in today's world, yeah. But anyways, like, I plan on giving all the people who support me and our friends and stuff, I'm going to be flying anyways because I want to build hours and I enjoy flying. So I'm going to be renting helicopters and flying in different places. Just like I said, I want to go to Utah. I'm going to be flying in Tampa soon. But it's like, cool, if I can give people rides and they want to hang out or whatever, I will gladly give my friends and subscribers and stuff rides. Whether it be a lap or two around Pattern if they're busy, or like there's a fly-in restaurant, like, cool, you're going to be at the restaurant when they go to eat, like, I'm not buying your meal or whatever, but you can ride in the helicopter with me. Go do orbits over your house as an alarm clock if I'm in the area. Please do come again. It was nice having you in chat. Yeah, he comes in here and hangs out and supports and then just never shows back up. No, motorhome, hell yeah. It's funny, I know they moved. I had met a David who lived in a motorhome over on the east coast of Florida. And I'd gone to one of the space launches out there. Which one was it? Was this the first person? Yeah, I think it was SpaceX's first sending people up again from American soil. And I met, like, I had parked my 4Runner, was camping in the back of that, woke up the next morning, there's a huge RV next to all of us. Not a newer one, but just like a older, nicer, like Monaco or something like that. And he had built a patio type thing on top of it. And anyway, I started talking to them, hanging out with them. They were super cool. I got to watch the launch from the patio up on the top. This is all during COVID times or whatever, so he got like an interview from some German newspaper who had come over. And they were hanging out with us, and like I had bought pizza for everybody. It was super cool. I ended up seeing the RV on a Facebook Marketplace. And the only reason I recognized it was because it was a picture that the German newspaper had posted. And like I looked up the German paper after because I wanted to see the article they had written. Like I had seen that article, I was like, oh cool, I remember that picture in the place or whatever, and they used that same picture for their for sale ad. And I messaged, was like, hey, this is completely random, but I met you and I'm actually in the picture in their for sale ad up on the deck, like with my shirt off and swimsuit and hat and whatever on. Like I'm up there having a beer with these guys watching the space launch from Florida. And I was in their for sale ad because I just happened to be on top of the RV when these people had taken the picture. So like that was cool. But his name was David. But I'm pretty sure they sold that RV and they moved to, I want to say Italy. I want to say moved to Italy. Because they were like, yeah, we're moving this way or whatever. But it was just neat reaching out and talking to them again. Oop, trimming back left a little bit. We're not even talking about donations. It's great to have a new addition to the chat and bringing good conversation. Oh yeah. I honestly don't know if he was a NASCAR guy. He could have been. He had like I said, a sick like aluminum steel patio up there. Could have been a NASCAR fan for all I know. I didn't ask, but I know like he did. I want to say he was not a journalist, something computer-wise, like a remote IT specialist or something like that, where he could be anywhere. And his wife was like a remote teacher, tutor sort of thing. So they could just work from the RV, and they just went up and down the coast. They had like a home in Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. That's really just a place to park in the meantime, you know. See all the launch from the beach in the boat when we're over in the Bahamas on our troller. Nice. I need to get to Florida soon. I crave salt water. I crave the sunlight. And I also have scuba dive and everything. So it's like I really, really need to be in the salt water again soon. And just have that like soak me down for an entire day. Like mentally reset me. Yeah, definitely haven't been to a NASCAR race since I was like 5. But definitely looking at going again since I'm a Cletus enthusiast. And it's not so much that I didn't care for it before, it was just it seemed boring to me because I view it the same way as I do like professional ball sports, football, basketball, baseball, whatever. I have no mental connection with any of them, and that's what made it so hard for me to Starlink's amazing. Oh yeah, we got Starlink at the home, so I'm playing this right now and streaming this through Starlink. So that's how good it is for us here. We used to have AT&T where it was like 5 megabytes up, maybe on like the best day. 5 megabytes down was like standard. It was horrible. It's part of living in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, like I don't... Well, one thing with ball sports, for me, I'm not getting out there and competing on a professional level. So, why do I want to go watch people do something that I can't go have fun doing? And then at the same time, it's like, cool, they're just dudes wearing shirts and helmets, or no helmets, or whatever. That I don't know, I don't follow them, their lifestyle, something that I probably don't aspire to. With auto racing, it's better for me, because I enjoy the engineering, the design, the cheating. I love good automotive racing cheats. Or, sorry, rule, loopholes, and exploits. 39 miles. Yeah, we're pushing that fuel. What is that place right there? There's a pad. Oh, helipad there. So for auto racing stuff, I enjoy the automotive part of it. I'm a car guy. But I never really care for the NASCAR stuff because beyond standard auto racing things, honestly, I think I may slip up here just to throw a splash of fuel in there and then swing over. Just because I'd hate to... We're burning 32 gallons an hour, something like that. I don't know what it is in liters. Yeah, so like on the automotive side, like I enjoy the cheats, I enjoy the engineering. I enjoy the... Even though a lot of safety, I enjoy the danger aspect of it as well. Especially on something like rally racing and how it's... crazy, and if you're a car guy, you understand. But on sports, it's like cool. Like, yeah, you're at like cool physical peaks and extremes of what human bodies can do in whatever your sport or your whatever is. Go big or go home. I don't know if we'll make it though. That's the thing. I don't know if we'll make it. Maybe I'll just slowly build altitude. Is there another last-ditch effort place? $34 miles, 120 knots. That's 4 times that. So we're 15 minutes. Yeah. We're doing it, David. I have, let's see, auto techniques. How many times? I did it. I think I forgot to click the generator switch one day. So like 10 minutes into the flight, we lost. Lost Fadec control and everything. Had to throw an auto in. Safely landed it. But I still restarted since we weren't that far. But technically on that it wasn't a crash, so we could have just simulated a mechanic coming out and fixing it up. But I didn't worry about that. Trying to think if I've had any other like actual failures. I don't think there's been in our series. Dang, Sean, you've been here the whole time just lurking? Anyways, dude, thanks for being here. I will see you soon. Also, let me know if you want to hang out sometime if you're still in here. I know you don't have your Berlin here right now, so we'll be finding stuff to do. Yeah, got to do some math here and there. But yeah, we will have the fuel light on as we go in. That is for sure. Not great route planning, but that's what we get for around the world. And now I've kind of thrown the exception in for when we're doing the big water crossings in. If you're doing an around the world journey, there's an extremely high chance that you're going to have a ferry tank in the bird with you, where it's like an extra 20 gallons or something and like a big bladder in the back. And then when you need to pump that in, you have a line that's pumped over to your main tank and you can, or you land and you hand pump it over or something. So depending on what our big days look like, if the Airbus H225 works at the time, we should be able to do the Greenland, Canada one, no issue. But the 225 is broken in the game right now. So by the time we get up there, it's not fixed. I don't know what that fuel range looks like for the other helicopters. So on those we may play a ferry tank, which on that I've got my F key programmed to add 25% of or 1/4 tank of fuel. And I want to say I did that in part of Alaska because it was like a big nothingness expanse, and like maybe once or twice through Russia, maybe once like Papua New Guinea because there was nothing there. No, unless your bladder is holding Jet A, then I don't know if it's going to work. That's the downside. Just make sure when you get the right gate correct. Which sucks, because yellow Gatorade, if you're going to drink, it's the color that you should do. Because you don't want like all the red and blue dyes and everything choking up the system. So yellow's the cleaner of the Gatorades if you're just looking at like dyes and trying to do the healthy thing. Ask you how you know. Damn, who left the warm Gatorade over here? Let's see what this is like. Weird lights there. Let's see what we're looking like getting in here. And what I think we'll do, because the pyramids are over here, I think we'll come in, we'll splash on fuel real quick, just to see the pyramids at sunrise, and we'll shoot down there. Because it's only 10:23 for me right now. So I'm definitely not hurting to go to sleep. I don't go to sleep till 2 anyways. At least this off time. Once you taste it, you'll always remember. I guess it depends on what they drank that day, or what you drank that day if it's yours. Hopefully it's yours and you're not catching somebody else's flavor. cool. They just ate a whole bunch of grape juice. Maybe it'll be fine. A whole bunch of apple juice. But if it's current time, they've got like 3 Red Bulls, a Monster, a Diet Coke, and maybe like a quarter cup of water. Probably not the best then. I don't know if y'all can tell, but I'm slowly adding some altitude. No. And keep your Gatorade bottle on your side of the helicopter, and I'll keep my Gatorade bottle on my side of the helicopter. Plus, this one was H-130 is wide, so there's plenty of room over there for any of the Gatorade bottles you need. Look at this, we can actually see detail on the ground on the horizon. Nice. Good for it. Let's see what our rear view looks like. Not too bad. We do have a wind messing with us though, because I'm having to do some right pedal to trim it in. A little bit of tailwind, but not really. Feels like it's just a very slight right wind, or wind coming from the right, coming from the north. 75 liters of fuel, 20 miles, and 120 knots. 6 times speed, 10 minutes. Let's see. Okay, Valeska, I don't want to hear it just because you're not easily able to use a bottle. Doesn't mean you need to shit talk our bottles. Unless you have a Shiwi. Then it's like, I guess you can. What a weird looking building area here. I wonder if this is just like a planned city that they wanted to make look like this, or if it's some sort of like government installation or higher education. It looks like there's a track field or something there. Or were there Cairo Olympics or something that they were trying to do here? I don't know. Definitely an interesting looking design, but they have houses built off of it. Like, this looks like a very, very planned community where all the shopping and high density housing and everything's there in the middle. Giant roundabout, holy crap. It's like the Egypt Google headquarters or something. Well, look, there's another track and field looking place there. I wouldn't expect 2. No, that definitely looks like a pool there. This might be like an Olympic village of some sort. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, the Cairo Olympics. Why not? Shiwi. It's all bathhouses. I mean, we're not in India anymore, so there's a good chance that they actually have bathhouses here. Flew around India with blowing my nose the entire time the past few episodes. Yeah, usually when there's a handful of people in here, I'm like, hey, somebody shovel off over there and go see what this place is. But we're 15 miles southeast of the Cairo International Airport. And really, like, directly this way should be the pyramids. Like, that way. I think that would be them there. I don't have enough resolution. Daylight? Dang right, Tom. Look at that. I mean, not quite daylight, but it is light. I think you probably did it on purpose, though. 13 nautical miles, 59 liters of fuel left, 120 knots airspeed. Less than 10 minutes. I see an airport blinky light ahead. And honestly, the airport's in like 10 miles, but we'll have like 2 miles of runway stuff. So we're going to splash fuel. We're not making it to the pyramids and the airport. We do not have the fuel. Yeah, we're going to splash fuel, hit the pyramids, and there's a helipad over there next there, and we'll call that our ending spot for the night. It does seem like this whole eastern part of Cairo is like relatively well planned out, or like city planned at least. Like these neighborhoods and communities or whatever. They're all very separated, like very unique with the way they look. Like that's different than this is different than that, that's different than all that, you know. That's a whole nother semicircle there. Holy crap. I don't want to live there, but it does look nice. Like compared to what I guess a lot of downtown Cairo probably looks like. Head out the window, hear the wind. There's an airport ahead of us up there. That's in view. Yeah, Cairo looks very well city planned, at least on this side. Well, I know when you get in town it's just kind of messy, but 59 liters is enough for 20 minutes. Well, I'm not getting over there. It's a like 17-mile flight. And then back, and then it's literally landing on drops. So we're just going to splash quarter tank and shoot over there and then grab the helipad. Cairo International Helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Volkswagen, 8 miles to the southeast, inbound for signature ramp, going direct. Your runways mean nothing to us. And it's also, I don't know what fuel burn is in the 130 in liters. Doesn't have to use the metric system. Yeah, so that area that we flew over, the Garden City in Cairo, Egypt. Interesting. Garden City. And like I was saying while you were gone, like all these neighborhoods that we're flying over now just look very well planned, and I mean, not so much for what we're photogrammetry generating here, but the satellite view, they all look very well, like, sorted and planned and figured out. I'm surprised we're not landing with a fuel light on. We're making our approach in right here. Yeah. It ain't got no gas in it. We're going to start hearing the fuel pump going here in a few minutes. See, we're going direct over one runway, then there's a gap, another one, kind of following taxis and meeting a peak. Okay, cool. And now I finally get to use the collective a little bit in this whole stream. Ooh, we can turn our taxi lights on. Turn our landing lights on. There we go. The tower can see us now. Yes, praying for fuel is what we were doing. And we have been cleared direct to ramp at our own risk, cleared across runways. Ain't nothing inbound at the moment. $39 liters. We are on airport property now. Hopefully I remember how to hover. We've been flying straight for so long. We got a military base kind of over here on our north side, the right. Really more of an east side, but working on slowing down, so my collective's coming down and I'm pulling back on the cyclic just slightly. I'm not trying to do a quick stop right now. No need for that. Because we're aiming for this corner of the buildings up here. And now I do see light poles, which is concerning. But not alarming. Slowly adding some collective. More or less just holding it still now. Still want to slow down some more. A lot of ATRs here. Those are some long ATRs. Once we hit like 20 knots or so, we're gonna nose forward, level off. This dude right here looks like he's hiding some fuel. What's a glider doing there? What are you looking at, dude? There's a running helicopter right here. Hey. Cool, there we go, made it to Cairo. We're gonna take a splash of fuel, so we're gonna go from 31 liters to 159 liters. Thanks, lady. And now we're gonna... Whoa, 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 whoa. Rude. So now there is a helipad over here. This is where we're gonna park it tonight, so we'll direct to that. 234 heading 17 nautical miles. I'm gonna turn off our lights because we're about to be bad. Turn off those anti-collision lights. Pull the fuel pump on. We're about to be bad. About to be bad. Let's see. Yeah, $3,743 worth of fuel. Blow that little stupid glider around. Well, they got two towers over here. We're gonna buzz the bigger one. So this is kind of a shenanigan here, even though we're still technically flying around the world. And right when they're looking right at you, you hit them with a little bit of a landing light. Let them know. Okay, to the pyramids. We gotta figure out who built these damn things. It was a glider. It's probably despawned by now. I can almost guarantee it's a different aircraft now. Oh nope, still there. Still that same idiot walking around on the ramp down here. Unless there's a different engine on there. Or a engine. It doesn't have to be a different one, it just has to be a engine, but yeah. Which they do have gliders in the sim, so it makes sense that they have that there. Levitation via resonance. A little bit of frame rate drop there. Oh yeah, so this is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. There's a 2020 version, 2024. Basically all the same flying dynamics, but they've updated the way that they render in buildings. So something I've noticed even here in Cairo, Egypt, the buildings here are different than the buildings that we saw in Dubai, and they're different than the buildings that we saw in Tokyo, and different than the buildings that we've seen in Tacoma, Washington. And a whole bunch of different trees and stuff like that. Like I said, flight dynamics are basically the same as their older sim, but maybe slightly refined. Just better graphics down low. Never been in a glider. And as far as the people in real time, yes, for sure. When we land over here, the pyramids will pop out to the main menu real quick. And I'll show you the world map that pulls up like when we're picking where our starting point is. And we'll be able to see, or you can't tell on the tablet here. Like, you can see these white airplanes. Those are real-time airplanes that are in different places. Sometimes players, sometimes it's like a real Delta, Emirates flight, whatever. But when you're checking it from the... Oh, I can see the pyramids straight ahead, 12 o'clock. When you're picking it from like the home screen before you start getting into the simulator, you can see green airplanes, which are people. And sometimes there's a bigger green airplane, and that's somebody who I may have had added as a friend or something like that. So there's a guy whose name is... What was it? He hasn't been on one of the streams. But his name on the game is like Crawdad, something like that. And I happened to see him flying a helicopter near where I was flying. So I flew like 20 minutes to go catch up to where he was instead of just, you know, logging out and logging back in closer. I flew over to where he was. And this was, I want to say like northern Italy. Because if there's like an airplane dude, a lot of times they're just doing like pretending to be an airline pilot or something where it's cool, I want to do a flight from Atlanta to California, and I want to set their own flight plan, and their whole thing is programming flight plans, and that's the big reason why they enjoy a lot of the simming. And you can also have like live air traffic control with some people through a different program. But helicopter people, we really don't have like things that we can replicate doing. I'm kind of doing flight planning with this, but not really. But yeah, so I saw him, flew over, and then we just kind of started playing, like you just kind of start playing follow the leader. Like I followed him for a little bit, then he just started hovering one place, so I started going. Anytime I looked behind me, he was back there hovering. Then like I'd find a power pole or a telephone pole or something, and I'd go up there and hover like left skid, like right over it, like I was dropping somebody off. Then he would go do that. Then like bridge diving and monkey see, monkey do. And you can do that real time with other people. And there was one guy who was in the stream a few weeks ago, who was actually a helicopter student out in Utah, I believe. Stuart was his name in here. And we were flying together, but he had one of his settings turned off where we couldn't see each other, but he was kind of keeping up with me live. Yeah, so there's people all over the world playing. I'm probably on the East Coast United States server. So there's other servers that have thousands of people on all the other servers and different things. However that works, it's not me. You gotta watch Blue Thunder. Follow my leader. Once you watch it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Which helicopter was in Blue Thunder? Blue Thunder. Helicopter. I feel like I know the helicopter. Yeah, okay, so that's SA-341 or 342 Gazelle. And they put that weird looking body kit. So I've seen helicopter scenes from it. And a 209. But yeah, I love the 341, the 342. If I were... Okay, so if I were to win the lottery right now, there's a lot of helicopters I would buy. Personal transport one, obviously, and a turbine one for personal transport once I'm got hours and approval for that sort of thing from the insurance company. But I would love to have some capable machines for search and rescue stuff and just run a completely, like, non-profit helicopter search and rescue team in the Southeast. That's, win the lottery, that's the dream. Small house, big hangar. All that to say, even though there's nicer personal helicopters to have, a 342 is extremely high on my list. I love the sound. They're like screamers. They may not be the most powerful things. They may not be the best looking. I think they look great and they have a cool look. But the Blue Thunder helicopter is based off of that, but they put like the very triangular, polygonish front end on it. Okay, cool. Here we are at the pyramids. I think there's like two more other lesser known pyramids that way, but Sphinx and Gizas are here. And you can see all the city stuff over here just doesn't seem as well planned. So it's like the east side of the city is much newer, because you can tell this is old city stuff here. Way different. These roads are carved through the town. They did not exist beforehand. And I don't need this anymore. I know that we have the helipad over there on the other side. We're going to boop noses with the Sphinx, though. I'm fixing to tell you that. I think we should approach him much faster, too. I think that's the only appropriate way to approach a Sphinx. But yeah, so I've seen Blue Thunder teasers, not teasers. I think it was like a breakdown of like some cool stunts from it. Because there's that YouTube channel, Corridor Crew. We'll see if we can balance it. We'll give it a shot. Actually, we're going to touch helipad first. Lock it in. Then we'll do exploring. And we'll just plan on crashing. And we'll make that No, you know what? I'm brave. Crashing be damned. If we gotta start back at the International for the next episode, we'll start back at the International. You got a little baby pyramid and a little bitty sphinx. Approach the sphinx like Napoleon did. Super short. Ground level. 4'2" off the ground. If I had guns, I'd shoot its nose again. Were you in here, Tom, when I was touching skids to buildings by quick stopping up against them? Was that you? You got some big old feets down here. Can I land on the feet? I'm sure Egyptologists love it when helicopter pilots show up and do this in real life. What do you mean it was the only place to land? Nope, there's no hitbox in it. With that said, I wonder, will I settle through the head of him or not? Yeah. He's not real. Okay guys, we just confirmed it. This will be big news tomorrow. So if you're invested in any archaeology firms, you can go ahead and sell your shares now because we've just proved that the Sphinx is actually fake. That one has a spire on top, so we're not going to touch that. I'd settle for heads. Okay, we'll do smallest one first. We'll touch off on it. Yeah, so one of the days, doing shenanigans after a session, we were going up to buildings and I was trying to touch my skids on the sides of the buildings by doing a quick stop while approaching them and trying to kind of like jumping and kicking a wall. I was trying to do that with a helicopter. It took a lot more like dedication to the motion than I was initially expecting, but we did it. I bet these pyramids look really, really good from like 5,000 feet up, but right here they kind of look crap. My guess is this one's not real either. Oh no, I got skid on it. Balanced. Front skid balance. Very hard to reach over there and click the 2 button to show the different camera on that. That was nice. It didn't slide. I know some things I've tried to do a skid on balance and it doesn't, like the skid just slides around. It doesn't like plant on there very nice. That one actually stuck pretty well. Also, look at the sunrise. Some cloud coverage and everything too. Nice. We could probably skid stick this. I'm not comfortable in the 130 enough to really like try to skid stick it. Oh, this has to be landable. This has to be landable. There we go. I'm collective all the way down. It doesn't render all the way up, so I'm idling right now. That sucks. I was hoping to be more in the middle so it actually looked like I was parked on it. Get up off of that. Yeah, the closer you get, the models just look worse and worse. Okay, so my skid's behind me. Very hard on that point because the skid's behind me, so I can't really like line up a skid that's in front of me, and there's really no like reference points to check at, because like if you're doing this on like a power line or something, you're watching the power line be away from you, like you can look at that as a reference. Nope, no impact on it. The skid slid right through it. Okay, here we go. This will be the test. Nope, nope, can't commit, can't commit. Ah, close. Buckaroo Bonsai? But what am I missing? I mean, I'm not young, but I'm also relatively sheltered, sort of upbringing. Nope, not enough ass. Need more speed. Yeah, planting the skids on the side of a building takes so much more, like, expecting distance out of it than you expect. Okay, here we go. If I was in the little Robinson R22, we probably would have done it by now, just because I feel better throwing that thing around like that. Oh, we were not going fast enough for that to kill me. That's crap. Put your back into it. I'd break these controls. Also, I'm not counting that as a crash. We were definitely going well enough, slow enough. I think it just doesn't like the fact that anybody's crashing into the pyramids. It's not used to people with skills. There we go. That was a skid touch. Sick. We would have had maybe a little bit of a crush skid, but we weren't crashed. And technically I skidded down on the little pyramid, so we're locked in here anyways. And in case anybody else wants to be on the pad over here, we'll just give space. That's the nice thing to do as a pilot. Give other people room to land if they want to. Make this a 4 helicopter pad instead of a 1 helicopter pad. Okay, roll down. Low-level high-speed train. Again, you young folks don't know about. Oh, I know about Oregon Trail now. So let's turn this horn off. Shut up. Anti-collision lights don't care. Avionics, they can go off. Sand. Who turned my sand filter on? Not me. Lights and everything are off there. Cool. Temperature's down. Da 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 da. And our numbers are degrading. Cool shot right there. On this helicopter, it's a 30-second wait period to let it cool down. As far as the series goes, I'm considering every single helicopter here a rental and not mine. So can't pull the rotor brake. Weird. Rotor brake doesn't work. Probably a weird thing with the update. So yeah, the A-Star and the H-130 share the same engine platform. And with this particular setup, it's a 30-second cooldown after switching to idle. A lot of other ones are 2 minutes or whatever, or until you see a certain temperature reached. So to finish up this section, we are now done with episode 65 of Flying a What a cool finishing spot. Episode 65 of Flying a Helicopter Around the World. Next one, let me get my little screen up here. I don't think we're going to make it all the way to Benghazi. Actually, we're going to back out of this real quick. In flight. So yeah, here's big map. And let's see if we can see anybody. If I have any friends online. Nope, nobody online here. Okay, so we can go. Hawaii's always busy. Should have live players on. So yeah, all these other white airplanes that we see around, those are the Southwest, United Airlines, whatever. Boy, the clouds make that annoying, don't they? See if we can find somebody in the green. See, Japan, big airport. Where is everybody? See, London people. Anyways, the planes will be green. And that's just an actual player on. Don't have a lot of friends, so don't really see a lot of people here. Let's see. Let's do a shenanigans session. What do we do? Where are we flying? Oh yeah, I do want to look at... let's look at S-76 real quick. Throw full fuel in it. Fuel, saving back. Saving back. Gonna make this clear weather so we don't have clouds to look at. So there is this airport here. This is the one that we have to make it to. Set as arrival. Actually, I want to delete that arrival. Nope, nope. Where's my mouse? Nope. Did I just crash? We may have just lost the game. Yep. Flight sim down. Well, that puts us at a good place to end. Actually, no, we have time. We're loading back in. We're sending it. Y'all are here. It's 11 o'clock. There's plenty of time. But yeah, I wanted to look at Daytona Beach. Yeah, we can go over your area. Shenanigans. Make sure it's not anything weird about the using version. Oh, I think we're good. So, yeah, I wanted to look at fuel range around that Greenland jump that we'd have to do. I think that's our biggest, longest, like, single tank of fuel thing. D-Land Airport and head east, D-Land. I think I know where that's at. I'll just check the Google it anyway. Okay, yeah, that's just west of the town. Yeah, plus side, it crashed after we landed. So, I'm glad that happened. What are we waiting on? World data, there we go. Let's hop back into VR world so I can see. I'm just still sitting here with my headset on looking at nothing. Free flight. I want this on fuel so that way I can see what range is. Configure. Fuel payload. Full. Why is it showing my mass so high? Yep, there's a lot of air units in Volusic County. Okay, so that's kind of their main base of op. Let's see, save them back. I want live weather off. So yeah, I think it's because there's no airports, no heliports. This is the closest one to Greenland that I'm aware of. I don't think there's anything more north of that. And down south down here, if we just set this as departure, that does not get us to Greenland, or it does not get us from Greenland to there. But what we do have is one of these. Set as departure. That puts us there. So with a ferry tank, like click the fuel button once, I like that idea. Let's see what this one does, because the further north we go, it kind of plays ranges. Yeah, that's auto-rotating into the airport. If we actually have the fuel. If we have a headwind, SOL, bud, sorry. Let's see what else. What other big tanks we got. Huey, no. Let's do the Coast Guard one, because I think they have an external tank. 60T. Fuel, 6,000 pounds. Fuel, 2,000. Fuel, 4,000, so you got 60T. Fuel and payload, manage fuel. Load her up. But more air resistance, so. More air resistance, thirstier helicopter doesn't put us there. We made 60 out of the question. Of course, fuel or a ferry tank, again, possible. Osprey's not a helicopter, it's unique vertical takeoff contraption. Let's see, 222. Save and back. Actually, no, configure. Fuel and payload. Don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough, but it's a fuel-efficient helicopter. Comparatively. About the same. 160. Configure. $160, close. But here's the thing. We have this, the Airbus H225, but it's very broken right now. Whoa. That's new. Civilian. Fuel 4,000, does that change any? No, doubt it. Cargo, fuel, no. So flight sync, probably the least air resistance, if that's even a thing on these. So here's the cool thing. That makes it. But the helicopter's broken. Yeah, Harrier's cool. Like, there's so much... I mean, the Ospreys are better. And I think their new version's even better, too. Yeah, we could pick a day with the tailwind, or I could do the ferry tank thing. And what I'm going to do, we're going to hop down here to the D-Land. D-Land Municipal. Ramp parking small. We need to be there. I'm going to show you why it's broken. Who knows? Maybe they fixed it. I know there was a little update. Maybe it's fixed. Yeah, Ospreys are cool. As a helicopter purist, they bug me. Just like I'm a Toyota enthusiast. So, like, I hate to see people swap non-Toyota engines into Toyotas, but, like, also, like, cool, I get it. Okay. So, let's see. We have that. We have that. We have that. We have that. I'm going to show you the most annoying part of this stupid thing. Since they changed, see how long my laser pointer is? I used to have an infinite laser pointer. I can't reach that, so I have to legitimately stand up and click that up there. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Oh, you're simming. You'd be walking around the helicopter. Shut up. It tells you to open that, but you can't close it. And I think we're good. Shift C, we're going to hop in. Watch it work now. That'd be my luck. Okay, facing a little that way. Okay, where is everything on here? Battery. Nope, not reset. There we go. Bus tie normal. Standby battery on. True to off or on. Anti-collision lights red. That's good there. We can turn fuel pumps on there. We can turn that off, that off. Those three can go off. Don't need those. Da-da-da-da-da-da. APs, trim, yaw. FMS, and those can be on. Cool, and I'm going to use my mouse so I can roll my thing there. Blades are moving. Intercoastal South Daytona. And why aren't my screens on? That's annoying. So here's the thing, those screens should be on right now. Why is the ELT on? What's wrong with you? No, restart. I'll stand up again, but the screens are supposed to turn on under battery. Yep, click. There. 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 Stupid, stupid. Stupid, stupid. It's European. What do I expect? Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Shift C. We can just hop in. And look, we'll even do this. Ooh, that's right in my face. Okay, cool. Checklist. Pre-flight. Radar dome, doesn't matter. Pitot tube, static ports, engine cover, cargo door, doesn't matter. Wheel chocks, tail rotor, like main rotor shocks. Good. Checks before starting. Main, true, alt, DC bus. Battery. Main, true, DC bus. Standby battery. Alternators are already on. Anti-collision lights, doesn't matter. Position light, doesn't matter. Landing light, doesn't matter. Engine 1 switch is already off. Let me turn the ELT off. I don't know why that keeps spawning with that on. Backup switches are already in normal. Engine fire handles are off. Rotor brake is off. Rotor brake lever is armed. Doesn't matter though. Warning unit test, don't care. That doesn't matter. Pitot heats off. Windscreen heats can go off. Fuel pumps are already off. So my screens work now. Fuel pumps off. Manual transfer fluid off. Trim, roll, fills. Those are down here. Boom, boom, boom. Trim, roll, and fill. What did I click on? Alternator. There you go. Engine starting. Fuel pumps. Then we click the main. Doop, doop. Okay, and to be noted, I have my throttle all the way turned down on my collective, and I have the governor switch turned off. And we'll see if this continues to overrun like it used to do. Let's see, 50%. Cool. Also, it tells you to start it by turning it to flight. That does not make sense. But yeah, screw it. Oh, nope. We'll turn it to flight. Going all the way. Auxiliary hydraulic pump on. Doesn't matter, but we'll play their game. Fuel pump 3, 4. Engine 2 main to flight for some reason. Guard it. Engine 2 main will get to 50%. Ground power disconnect. Doesn't matter. Okay, pitot heats, windshield heat, FMSs, those are already on, RA's already on. Oh man, why is my torque climbing? That's wild. RA selector into normal. Rotor brake lever off. Or the arm thing. Wow, why am I pulling 107 freaking percent torque? Both my engines say idle, even though they're in flight. Even my backup ones say normal. Taxiing, autopilot 1, 2, parking brake, nose wheel lock. Cool. Why are you doing that? Why is N1 at something, the other thing's not at that? Cool, let's pop you back to idle real quick, see if that changes anything. No, cool, doesn't change anything. My cyclic is centered though. Do that. Okay, let me turn my governor switch on, which shouldn't matter. There's no governor switch in this thing, but sometimes in the programming... Oh, nope, there we go. Look. We have 185% torque. Let me move my throttles, even though throttles don't exist here. There we go. Oop, there's my rotor RPM moving. But my rotor RPM won't make it into the green arc. That's wild. Okay, let's take off, even though we have low rotor RPM. Let's see what happens. Oh, now I have rotor RPM? Sick. Oh, now the torques are in normal areas, but it still says idle. So yeah, this is why I'm very upset with this helicopter. It's perfect for that flight. But, something's not right with it. With that said, let's go hop in something that actually flies decent. Why wouldn't you look towards your 3 o'clock? You see that freaking mountain in Florida. Depart and hit about 100 heading. Okay, cool. I'll hop in something worth a damn real quick. And actually I want to hop in it in the helipad already running, so we don't have to go through startup again. And since Tom's in here, we'll do the R66. Actually, since Tom's in here, we'll do the RC6 and we'll do a cold start with it. Yep, see, there you are. I knew you'd say something. Depart and head, 100-degree heading. Gotcha. Pedo. That and the bird cover. Shift C. Get settled in. Battery strobe. That's good. I think I can just click my starter. Oh no, this is the one where I gotta actually click it on the cyclic, hold it, or on the collective. There we go. I can't use the starter button on my cyclic that I have programmed in. I have to actually use the collective. Waiting for green for generator. Sure. Good enough for me. Oh my goodness. What do you know about over-torquing an engine? Hey, close enough. Let's get rid of all of our little tag things out there. Sick. How's that for a 100-degree heading departure? It's only 100% torque. Perfect takeoff, if you will. Rogue Llama 666. Sounds like an exciting fella. Let's see, not giving me Speedway. I assume one of these 2 points out here is the Speedway Airport, but we're just going to head that direction. Because the Speedway is like... Actually, Daytona's up here. So we need to do a less than... Follow the highway, gotcha. And you got a light on the dash. Forgot to do this. Beep. Do some Ukraine flying, you know? Yeah, might as well be a driving simulator at this point. Also, too many people going the wrong way. Goodness, guys. But you can kind of tell, like, once that we're established in forward flight, there's really not much collective work that needs to be done. See a tower up here. Is that a tower or part of a power line? Just a tower. Cool. Internet died again? You should sue the internet. Do they know what you're missing? But yeah, so we were at the airport and we took off pulling 100% torque the whole time. Just on the line. I'll say 99.9. And now we're heading to Daytona International Speedway. Home of the Daytona 500. Staying under the power lines. And here I'm using very minute collective inputs to manage my altitude. Also being very wary because I am running in the yellowish red area for torque. Right below that tower's a county jail. Stop by Publix. Are you needy? What's your pub sub order? Tell me that. Also, I've yet to have a pub sub. I know they're supposed to be good. I've yet to have one. I've had pub sushi. Serenading you with a cherubic voice. No, 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 no. Not me. Yeah, where's your pub sub order? I'm waiting. There's people in line, honey. Is it as good as gas station what? Gas station sushi? I'd hope to think it's better. I've never done the gas station sushi. I've yet to delve that low into myself. But pub sushi's not bad. I'll do it if, like, I'm on the way home. There's nothing I want to cook at home, or no leftovers, or... But, like, I don't want anything heavy. It's like, cool, I just want some clean fish, rice, a little bit of soy sauce. without being like too extreme with what I'm trying to eat. Okay, Tom, so there are a handful of grocery stores here. I don't know what your equivalent in Australia would be. But, of course, there's like small town grocers that will do whatever. But here, in the southeast at least, the main ones are Ingles, Publix, Kroger, Aldi. If you want to get fancy, there's like Whole Foods and Trader Joe's. Ingles really doesn't exist outside the southeast, but Publix is a pretty universal grocery store. And in the grocery store, at like their deli section, they have a line where they create sandwiches, kind of like a Subway or something like that, where you start with a piece of bread and you tell them that you want turkey and roast beef and cheese and whatever, and they make it for you as you order it. And Pub Sub is just a Publix Subway or Publix Sub sandwich. And apparently they're good. Apparently the chicken parm one's good. Also, I'm waiting for you to say what your Pub Sub order is, Valeska. You haven't? Oh, there you go. Order depends on several, but most common classic Italian with a minor customizations. I've heard the chicken parm's good. Oh, we're almost there at the racetrack. Daytona International Speedway, everybody. I knew we weren't that close, but I didn't want to like have to go around the left hand or the left corner down here and do a right pop out. I didn't feel like it'd be as good, but that pop out just didn't feel as good either. Let's try a pop out up here. See how it feels. Oop, might die right there. Nope, good. Sometimes where light poles are in real life, they'll have like little floating things that will kill you if you're flying low. And your low rotor RPM horn means nothing to me as I'm setting up for a steep auto. You like the cold ones more than the hot ones? You're officially at Daytona Beach, baby. Speaking of officially somewhere, it looks like they're taking off in that direction. So I'm going to head this way, put about 1,000 feet on. We're going to do an auto into the airport here. Like usually you turn around like you land with the wind in the correct direction. I don't even know where the wind's coming from right now, to be fair. I'm looking for a windsock. I don't think they exist here. But I'm looking. Okay, it's kind of coming up our butt right there. Good. Cool, abreast with the numbers. I don't know, we're 1,000-ish feet above up there. Governor off. 180 auto. Aiming for the intersection there. auto rotation, and we're only not far past where I was aiming, so not bad. Watch out for the dumbass students at Embry-Riddle. It's funny when you look at like all of the flight numbers of these planes on. Also, I'm gonna head down Intercoastal now for you. When you look at like all the flight numbers for these planes, it's just EMB, 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 EMB for Embry-Riddle. I am always in the market, although I'm not always flush enough with money to buy a used fire truck from an airport. I think they are so cool. You've had a few dumbass friends? Oh yeah. So here's something I will do sometimes, David. It's been a while since I've done this, but we'll give it a shot. Reverse auto rotation. It makes you kind of think about everything differently. We got a plane here on approach. I don't care though. He's 2 miles out. We might be out of his way. I'm gonna get up to 1,000 feet because I haven't done this in a while. Give myself the best option possible. Can't do real addresses, and I also have a soft ask not to do real addresses, just because it's, who knows who's going to watch this one day. I don't want somebody seeing something. But on that note also, if it's something where you really want to see what it looks like, you can message it to me on Instagram or something. And see, we're definitely moving backwards there, so I'm going to do also, you're unaware, right now I'm doing auto rotation in reverse. It's been a while since I've done that, so we landed in the same spot that we did for the normal auto rotation, so that's fun. I know a lot of people who play Resident Evil. It's not my style game, though. I'm not really a gamer. I kind of built the sim just to learn how to fly, and it's kind of been just that. But yeah, so I wouldn't post your address here, but if it's something where you can look up Multi-Shot Matt on Instagram, you can message me there. If you have a Discord, I don't know if that's something that you do. I have a public server that people can hop onto, and you can message me on Discord. And again, I would say like, hey, don't post the address privately or whatever. Or yeah, if it's a neighborhood or something like that, then I could definitely figure it out, because I'll just type it into my phone and Google it and see it. Because I could throw in a GPS cord here, but it's really annoying with the twisters. But if you give me a general neighborhood thing, or post that in the chat, or some address that's within like a few blocks or whatever, then that's fine. I'll look that on the GPS on my phone and adapt that to whatever my thing is. Because then I'll type it in on the phone, see like, oh cool, there's a Publix at 1234 Main or something here, and then I'll just orbit whatever that area is. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done a backwards auto. Didn't catch the air as much as I wanted to, refeeding the rotor system. Let's see. A golf course. Okay, A1A is this sucker right here. Okay, we're at a golf course at A1A heading south. Yeah, so that was 400 that we were heading south from right there. Passing a store or something on the right over here. 24/7 Fitness, Daytona Fitness Club. Keep looking towards about my 4 o'clock, so. Bigger open parking lot there. Whatever's south of the fitness club. Triangle or angular roof there in the corner of the parking lot. I'm actually going to shovel off a little bit towards the intercoastal some. Instead of turning my neck, I'll just turn the helicopter. Simple as. RV park there. Yeah, none of this should exist in real life. Some sort of quarry looking thing. And we're getting down here to a bridge crossover. Yeah, and the satellite imagery that they're using from this is like 2021 satellite imagery. Okay, so use it flying over the residential area right there, and that's before I hit the... Because the stream's a bit of time, whatever, so... Hell yeah, you're out here somewhere. But yeah, there's some places that I go where they're very, very accurate to what it would be, but then again, they're taking satellite imagery of the entire world and making it into whatever. Oh yeah, dude, yeah, no problem. Especially since it's an easier fly over here. Tom made us fly all the way down to Australia to fly over his, so a lot easier just to spawn in here. But with that said, it's 11:45. We're going to swing back over to the airport up here. I'm going to throw down another auto into a parking spot. And there we go, ERU, Embry-Riddle University. And I'm going to call it a night for me because I've still got to make some sort of food for tonight. I have not hit my protein goals yet. This flight suit isn't quite filling out on the legs yet, so I got to stuff those things up some. Let's see, where are we going to land up here? Let's land in the track. Let's do... Let's aim for the grass at the start-finish line. Because I don't know how banked this will be in the game. So we'll aim for the grass at the start-finish line. That'll give us some stuff to try to avoid as well. I would say this, but I think that's a better spot. Cool. Start flying tomorrow. Today's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. I don't know if I'll do an Around the World episode tomorrow. Just because now with us getting sunset or sunrise as we're arriving, it makes it extremely crappy to do another all-night thing. I try not to fly all night for those. So the next Around the World series we will be doing like morning time sometime. Even though it may be lower view, that's fine. I'm not too worried about that. Like I said, this is a burden that I'm also bearing of having to fly in boring areas. So if we do tomorrow, anytime that I do stream, it'll be around 8 o'clock at night. Today we just started early for whatever reason, because I wanted to. But usually it'll be around the 8 o'clock mark. And we may do a DCS one, which is Black Hawk, more combat type stuff. Or we'll do like another, I'd really like to do another medical one. The medical roleplay is fun. Let's get rid of our thing here. Let's go in, we're way up here, so we're going to roll off the throttle and do it. And just to really settle in that we're done, I'm closing the fuel and turning off the ignition. Except weirdly, it's really killing the rotor RPM for some reason. Now, give me that rotor RPM back. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, it should not be killing rotor RPM like that. That's not what's supposed to happen. Collectives all the way down. Strange. Add some swiggles in here to change pitch. Weird. I don't know why I did that. Might be a rough landing. We'll see. Not bad. Is it still trying to live? What's going on? I don't know. Anyways, you could see it like that should have kept me in the green for what I was doing, but for some reason it was killing off like the rotor brake was on or something. I don't know. Strange. Maybe it doesn't like getting full risk on its... Might be something weird with the programming. Anyways, so we made it to Cairo, Egypt today, and now we're at Daytona International Speedway. Unrelated, just some shenanigans. Flying helicopter just like praying. Yeah, our gears kind of crunch, but we survived. Everybody gets to walk away. Yeah, good flight tonight. We'll do it again sometime. Let's see, Southeast Aviation, he was in here at the beginning. Valeska, David, Sean was in here. We had Win, ST Win 77. Tom, of course. I think those were all the talkers that we had show up today. But, yeah, next Around the World, we'll do Cairo to somewhere. We'll address that real quick before I say bye. Yeah, so next one will be Cairo to... somewhere here. Quezem, Marsha, Martu, something. We'll see how that feels. If we can push more, we may try to shoot for there, but I think that's going to be too far for one night. So we may split the difference at Sidi Barini. Looks like a decent little airport. Then eventually, we'll make our way up to Benghazi, which I think's around here. No, it's over here. So eventually we'll make it the way to Benghazi just because I think it'd be cool to hit that. So it'd be a like finish here one day, then day there and back. Just like a quick, like a long day, see the sights, come back. Then we have a water crossing. Then water crossing north, jump here, up the boot, across there, and then ping-ponging around there to here, down the coast, or straight across. I don't know. Anyways, fun stream, everybody. We'll do it again soon. Next Around the World will be a probably midday sort of thing. And I might try to do that on weekends or something. But we'll see. Thanks, everybody, for watching. See ya.